basically, I think we're just going to read what you have written here and not deal with that at all. Because realistically, if we don't have a vote, we're
to give people a little more time to get here, and then we'll start up at 6:35. Thank you. If everybody would take a seat, that'd be great. We still have a couple more coming in, but we're going to start. I thank everyone for being here. I'm Mike Flynn. I'm the chairman of the board of MWEC. This is actually a board meeting there. We have a quorum, and we're going to move forward. This will be a special meeting of the MWEC Board of Directors held in Peabody, the site of the proposed project, for the purpose of providing the public with information about the project and answering questions. The meeting will be called to order at 6:30. It's postponed 6:37, and will be adjourned at 10 p.m. or longer if needed. There will be 3 segments. The first segment will be provided a project overview and discussion of alternate technologies considered. The second segment will consist of a discussion by the commissioners of the participating municipal light departments. They will discuss the reasons, the economic, environmental, and those related to the system reliability and resiliency that they decided to pursue the project 2015A in interest of their communities and their customers. The final segment will provide the public with an opportunity to ask questions. MWEC's General Counsel will act as moderator of the public participation segment. Microphones will be available with the members of the public who wish to ask questions, and those questionnaires will be asked to form a queue. The questions will be answered by the appropriate project participants, MWEC staff, or the subject matter experts. Any additional ground rules for this segment will be announced by the moderator if needed. I'll turn this over to our CEO, Ron DiCurzio.
Thank you, Chairman Flynn. Thank everybody for coming tonight. We hope this is a productive two-way meeting. Our main hope tonight is for the audience to recognize that MWEC is an ally in their goals to decarbonize and electrify Massachusetts. If you all had the opportunity to look at the 2 easels in the background, we've been after the decarbonization game since 1982 with our first hydro deal. So hopefully tonight you'll get to realize that we would not be pursuing Project 2015A if it didn't match the goals of the Commonwealth to decarbonize and to electrify Massachusetts. So we will be presenting what 2015A is and is not. As Mike mentioned, after the presentation, we'll have a question, answer, and comment period. There's a lot of information here, a lot of technical information. We don't expect people to grasp it all. It's a very complex process, but we're going to have a focus of the presentation based on the capacity markets, and we hope that once you understand the capacity markets, you will see that we are aligned with the common goal here, and that is to decarbonize. Tonight's presentation will be available both in Spanish and English. It'll be posted to the Project 2015A website tomorrow, and the entire Project 2015A.org website is translatable through Google. Masks are required tonight. If you're social distancing, then they wouldn't be required, but if you need a mask, they were available in the front sign-in area. Tonight's information meeting will also be streaming on Facebook Live on the Peabody Municipal Light Plant page, and tonight's meeting is also going to be rebroadcast on Peabody Public Access Television, and it's also being live streamed on their YouTube channel. As Mike said, those interested in speaking should have signed up on the sign-up sheet, and they will be taken in order of that sign-in sheet. Additional comments, if people don't have the time, can be submitted to MMWEC at MMWEC.org, and we'll answer your questions from there. Tonight you will hear from MWEC staff, MLP staff, and their elected officials, as well as industry experts. But before we get started, I'd like to thank the senior staff and all their help in putting this together and arranging for the information meeting. And again, thanks to the audience for your patience. Bad weather, we apologize for the bad weather, but hopefully this will be a productive meeting at the end of the day. And thank you to the elected officials who have taken time out of their busy schedules to be here tonight. So with that, I'd like to go over the agenda very quickly. Just a very brief statement of what MWEC is, what Project 2015A is and is not. We'll go over the facts versus the misconceptions. And again, the most important part, at least in my opinion, is the New England capacity markets. And you will hear from two individuals who are very schooled in that, and hopefully at the end of that conversation, you will understand why 2015A is meeting the goals of the 2050 decarbonization roadmap. We're also going to talk about, hand in hand with that, is the benefits of the project, what we've done to date, why the pause for the project, alternative technologies that have been researched, and then we're going to have a short discussion with three municipal light department managers and why they support this project. And then we'll have the question and answer period. So with that, very quickly, MWEC was created through a special act of the state legislature. It's probably one of 70 joint action agencies throughout the United States. Essentially, it's an extension of the Municipal Light Department's staff. MWEC also has the authority to issue tax-exempt revenue bonds. To date, we've issued about $7 billion worth of revenue bonds. We have a AA credit rating, and currently, all our bonds have been paid off. There's no debt outstanding. So some of the things that we want to talk about of why we are advocates for decarbonization. Starting back in 1982 with our very first project, if you do have the chance to look at the easels, we did our first hydro deal back in 1982. In the last 10 years, all of our energy projects have been with renewable energies. We've entered into no energy projects that are not renewable. In the past 6 years, we've developed, financed, and currently dispatch 5 utility-scale batteries. So we are an advocate for batteries under the right circumstances. And there's quite a few other municipal light departments who are considering implementing batteries as well. Back in 2008, before it was wind energy was so popular, MWEC took the bold steps to build the largest inland wind farm in Massachusetts, and that's the Berkshire Wind Project, which we expanded in 2019. This page is just a quick snapshot. We've heard that the municipal light departments aren't doing enough to become non-emitting. Where we still have a long way to go, we are ahead of the investor-owned utilities. And each of the MWEC members has their own customized plan to reach both the 2030 goals and the 2050 goals of the decarbonization roadmap. Some of the other things that we've done. We are currently developing a 7-megawatt solar project on MWEC's property in Ludlow. That's known as Project 2020A. Back in the 1980s, we developed residential, commercial, industrial energy efficiency programs. The current programs include demand response, electric vehicle charging, heat pump promotion, and virtual energy audits. We are currently developing environmental justice initiatives for each and every MWEC member, whether they have environmental justice communities or not. We're still developing those plans for them. We are also initiating heat pump and mini-split retrofit programs in environmental justice and underserved communities in Peabody, which is consistent with the 2050 roadmap. And with 2015A and the 2020A project, we are advancing net zero through tree planting programs for both of those projects. So what is Project 2015A? 2015A is a 55 megawatt capacity resource. It is not an energy resource, it's a capacity resource. And like I said, you're going to hear later on from two individuals who know the capacity markets very well, and hopefully when they make that distinction, you'll understand why 2015A is part of the goal of the 2050 roadmap. You've heard that as a capacity resource, the plant we project to run no more than 239 hours in any given year. And we do not get to dispatch the plant. ISO New England dispatches the plant when and if there's a system stress, usually on very hot days or very cold days. And we picked the Peabody site for this capacity resources due to the infrastructure. And you're going to hear the timeline that we went through in selecting that site. The infrastructure already exists, and there's already two peaking resources on that property. and it's in the NEMA zone. You're also going to hear what NEMA zone is and why it's a constrained zone and why it's at risk for brownouts and blackouts. The expected cost of the project is $85 million. Some of the misconceptions of the project. We've heard that it's inconsistent with the 2050 roadmap. If you read the 2050 roadmap, it mentions reliability resources, balancing resources, and capacity resources. They're all one and the same. And on the 2050A roadmap, and also in the presentation, we designate those parts of the roadmap where they talk about having those as a necessary resources to meet the 2050 goals. We also heard that the project will decrease air quality and be harmful to the health of nearby residents. You'll also hear from the same individuals how capacity resources are stacked. And being that this is going to be the latest and greatest technology, it will be, in all likelihood, displacing resources that emit higher carbon in the air than 2015 does. So thereby, we're actually working to lower the carbon emissions by having a more efficient resources. On average, we figure the 2015A is going to emit 7,500 tons of carbon, and we're going to be eliminating somewhere between 10,000 tons of carbon and 12,000 tons of carbon will be displaced by this project. We've also heard that the project is going to cost $170 million. Not true. We did petition the DPU for $170 million, but that's because it's no different than if you're going to refinance your mortgage. We go to the DPU to ask for that permission to refinance the original $85 million so the interest rates don't get to run away from us. So at no time will there ever be more than $85 million of bonds outstanding. No different than your mortgage on your house that you refinance. So we've seen that the project is going to emit 51,000 tons of carbon. That's what the DEP permit allows for. But like I said, this is a capacity resource. It's projected to run 239 hours. We project it to be emitting 7,500 tons. And you're going to see in the presentation what 7,500 really means compared to other resources that are out there. It'll give you an idea what 7,500 really amounts to. We've also heard that for the same amount of money, municipalities could build the same capacity with solar generation and storage. Solar generation and storage are what is known as intermittent resources, which you've all heard. ISO New England does not give you the same capacity credit for intermittent resources because you can't rely on them 24/7. So therefore, in order to get the same 55 megawatts of capacity out of solar and wind and batteries, you would have to purchase energy 5 to 10 times greater than what you need. And that would be disastrous for the municipal light departments. You would be over-procuring your energy needs. So with that, I think I'd like to hand it over to Matt and Ron. There's a switch in. Yep.
Magic. Sorry. So my name is Ron Kutu. I worked for 30 years at ISO New England prior to becoming a consultant after retiring. But I worked on markets in New England and also trained people on markets, on how our markets work in New England. There's three major markets in New England. There's energy, which Ron talked about. That is a market for production of electricity, the electricity you're using right now, and that's being consumed and produced basically instantaneously. There's a forward capacity market, which we're going to talk about in more detail, and then ancillary markets, which are things which is a very small market, but this actually would provide some of those ancillary services like reserves, which people talk about is things that are sitting there ready to provide energy, but aren't actually producing electricity. Next slide. Next slide. So the separation between capacity and energy, energy is the production, capacity is the ability to produce electricity. And ISO New England has a market for each, and the market for capacity says we need enough things that can produce electricity when the system needs it, especially at peak load, which usually in New England is the hottest summer days of the year. Those megawatts of capacity are things that are just, in essence, been built and can provide energy. But the energy itself, we have a market for that that's running every 5 minutes in New England and producing prices, and that is because we are actually producing the electricity and consuming it right at the same time. So the forward capacity market is what I'm really going to talk about, is so just to give you a quick understanding of a very complex market. This market is unique to New England in its design, but similar designs are in New York and in the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland area of the U.S., as well as in some other countries like the U.K. It's meant to develop enough long-term capacity, enough things on the system that can meet the load forecast 3+ years in advance. So the ISO is looking out and saying, right now, we're in 2021, what are we going to need in 2024? Not what do we need right now, because you can't build a generator of any type, really, in a year or in 6 months. You have to look well ahead. The problem is there's the energy market does not cover the cost of building these resources. Many of these resources are very high capital cost, and the high capital cost is not covered by selling electricity on a day-by-day or hour-by-hour basis, especially from a project that runs very infrequent hours of the year. If you run only 200 hours a year, you've got to make all your money in those 200 hours a year to cover your cost if you're building this as a utility. So the market was built to say, how do we cover those fixed costs? That they commonly refer to that at the ISO as the missing money problem, is how do you solve the missing money problem? The capacity market is meant to solve this specific missing money problem. Other markets in the U.S. Have developed capacity style markets, and there's no standardized design. But there are other markets in the U.S. that have no capacity market, and the one we all know of is ERCOT, or Texas. They have no capacity market. What that means is they have to allow the prices for electricity to get extremely high for those limited number of hours a year when some resources only run for 10 or 20 or 100, 200 hours a year. For example, in ERCOT, their prices were $9,000 a megawatt hour or above. They actually slid slightly above that. That's, if you translate it into kilowatt hours that we're all comfortable with, that's $9 or $10 a kilowatt hour. And if you think about it, that's a lot to turn on a light bulb. How much money that's costing you to do that. And that still doesn't guarantee, that kind of market, as we saw in Texas, does not guarantee that people will build things 3+ years in advance, because they don't know if those prices are going to come. So in New England, we have this capacity style market. Next slide. So how much does this market, what does this market mean? This slide, it's kind of hard to read from the back, but this is telling you in billions of dollars in New England how much money is in each one of these 3 different markets: the energy market, the ancillary market, and the capacity market. And you can see it kind of varies. In the energy market, it's all over the place, from the high in 2008 of about $12 billion down to $4.1 billion in 2019. That's very dependent upon the cost of natural gas. So as natural gas prices rise and lower, the system in New England, energy prices float with the natural gas prices. The capacity share, you can see, has moved from, even earlier on, $1 billion in 2008 to, in 2019, 3.4, higher than that the year before, 3.6 billion. So almost as much in capacity as you're paying in energy. Why? Because the sources of energy are getting lower and lower. Natural gas prices are getting somewhat lower and lower, and we're getting a lot of wind and solar, and that's driving energy prices down, but that's increasing this missing money problem. So there's a push and shove there in the two markets. So the capacity market is becoming the more volatile market when you look at it over time, that it's risen up to 3.4. It can drop again, and it will rise again because it's trying to solve a problem, a different problem than the energy market is. So that just gives you a good feel for how much money we're talking about. We're talking about 3.4 billion versus 4.1 billion for producing the electricity. So it's a big share. Next. So in New England, we run a forward market. It actually, most of the money, most of that 3.4 billion in that year was locked into 3+ years in advance. They run one auction in February that sets the price for that year, 3+ years in advance. The goal of that market is to procure enough capacity to meet the needs 3+ years in advance of the system. The buyer in this market is actually ISO New England buys on behalf of consumers. So load doesn't go out and buy because a part of the problem is the investor-owned utilities don't serve load in this market anymore. So it's all people who are serving load on a short-term basis. So if you have retail choice, you can change providers every year. So there's nobody who knows they're going to be serving customers 3 years in advance, except for the municipals, for instance, are a good example. They know they're going to be serving their customers 3+ years in advance. But this market, because the ISO buys it for everybody, the ISO buys the expected needs for everybody in that market. But it's a pretty volatile market, and the ISO did allow some ways to deal with that volatility. And one of the ways on the bottom here is you supply your own resources to that market as a load. If you supply your own resources to the market, then the market price doesn't matter to you. You've really insulated yourself from that volatile market where the price is doubling from one year to the next. So providing your own resources is better than paying the market rate in a very volatile market. And that's something that most of the investor-owned utilities are starting to do as well. If you see, they're starting to get back involved in buying wind units and things, or contracting with wind units and stuff like that. That's not, again, that is something that the market has provided the capability for.
Back in the days when I was the roadie for the band. Hopefully everyone can hear me. My name is Matt Ide. I'm the Executive Director of Energy and Financial Markets for MWEC. I'm responsible for leading the team that is responsible for putting together the power supply portfolios to our members. We have about 20 municipal light departments where we provide that service for. We are also responsible for kind of the economic decisions of the generating assets that MWEC owns on behalf of municipal light departments, which we have participants that also total approximately 20 as well. So to follow up on Ron's comment, this slide that is on slide 15, I think is very important because when I was talking to some relatives over the weekend about electricity, because that's what electricity guys do, it was very interesting that when they said, oh, you build the power supply for municipal light departments, that's great. So the power cost is just all this electricity that must come out of the wall, and you got to go pay for it. Well, what this slide really shows you is that for the 14 participants of Project 2015A, in 2021, we're anticipating that their wholesale power supply is going to be about $193 million. But what to me is the most interesting part is that that's not all energy or the cost of energy. The wholesale power supply is really based on three major components in New England. One is transmission. The light departments who serve the citizens in their towns and cities have to pay for transmission. That's the cost of essentially moving power throughout New England so it can get to the people who need it. It also is the cost of moving power from outside of New England into New England. The next thing is what we would commonly think of as the cost of power, the actual electricity or the electrons that actually use and move our devices and our appliances. And then the final component is this component we call capacity, which is the ability that there are enough assets in New England that on days where we really need the power, we have the resources to generate that power to meet those needs. Those are essentially the three components that essentially make up your power supply costs that your municipal light departments then essentially pass on to you, plus the cost of running the distribution system. When we look at those cost components, the actual energy cost is not the highest cost. It's this capacity cost that's the highest cost. In 2021, for the 14 project participants, the capacity cost is going to essentially be 36% of the wholesale power cost. It's going to be higher than the actual cost that we have to procure on power. And this is very important when we talk about why we need 2015A or why we were even thinking of designing 2015A. Because each of these three markets, the transmission market, the energy market, and the capacity market, by market design, are three specific markets that have their own rules, that have their own supply and demand dynamics that establish price. Transmission is basically arrived at through a federally regulated tariff. Energy, which we're more commonly used to, is really the function of supply and demand that are being generated by actual resources who need to generate in real time to satisfy real-time demands. And a lot of our focus in the energy market is exactly on what a lot of us are interested in, and that is non-carbon emitting or renewable resources to satisfy that energy need and also operate in the energy market. But this other component, or this other market, the capacity market, is a completely different market, has its own set of characteristics that drive supply and demand that arrive price. And that is where 2015A is designed to essentially play in the capacity market to provide capacity. And why does it need to provide capacity? Municipal light plants, by market rules, are obligated to purchase capacity. They have to do it. So our job at MWEC is to figure out how best they can acquire capacity that is reasonable in price and stable in price that gives the best value for the ratepayer. It's a very distinct market. It's a very distinct portfolio of assets that we manage. When we look to energy, we do the same thing, but that's for the energy market, which is a completely different market, different dynamics, different strategies, and therefore different results. And in transmission, we do the same thing again. So we think of this as essentially three distinct markets that make up the power supply. And each of these markets require different strategies that are unique to the market to create the most efficient price to our customers, who then can pass it on to you. The next slide is specifically focused on capacity. And as Ron was saying, that the energy markets, the capacity markets are very volatile. So what we're really trying to achieve is protection against the volatility. This is a graph of the capacity prices in the Northeast Mass region. We call it NEMA. This is the region where northeastern Massachusetts municipal light departments have to acquire their capacity. And you can see that this is not a straight line. The capacity markets in New England have been in existence for 15 years. The average price change, year-to-year price change over this 15-year period is 51%. We had the highest price change to the upside of over 337% between the FCA auction number 6 and number 7. And FCA means forward capacity auctions. The lowest year-to-year price change was early on in the markets when there actually was no price change between FCA 3 and FCA 4. And that was because at that time the market rules had established a floor in the capacity price. But the big point is, as far as what we have to look at to try to create price stability for the customers, is to say, in the last 15 years of forward capacity markets here in New England, only once did that capacity price stay constant year to year. Otherwise, as you can see in this graph, it's been all over the place. So what we're really trying to establish is the ability to try to regulate and stabilize the cost of capacity when we are in a capacity market that yields prices that are going up and down all the time. And the way that we do that is by looking at the opportunities that are very unique to municipal light departments. Municipal light departments have the ability to essentially supply their own capacity through the ownership of projects like 2015A. And when they supply their own capacity through projects that they own, two things happen. One, the price of operating that capacity resource is relatively stable. So it's not going to be bouncing around year to year. It's relatively constant. And then the second benefit to that is that unlike trying to procure it from the capacity market, which is being supplied by for-profit capacity resource companies, we aren't going to charge ourselves a profit margin, so that not only do we get this stable price, but we also get a price that's as low as possible to operate these plants. So when we're putting together a capacity portfolio to supply the municipal light departments who have to buy capacity, we're trying to create a stable price that can be passed on to the consumer over a long period of time. And the best way that we can do this for a municipal light plant perspective is to own the asset. It's a unique advantage that municipal light departments have in the market to do this. And then just like many of you, when you're looking at your 401ks and your retirement investments, we look at a risk management strategy where we're trying to balance the capacity that we have to get, and we want a certain percentage coming from these assets like 2015A that are relatively stable in price and constant, and then we pick up capacity off of the market, which is going to bounce around year to year to year. But it's the combination of that portfolio with a certain percentage fixed and a certain percentage variable that over the long haul gives us a relatively stable price that can be passed on to consumers and at a relatively lower price compared to being subject to the volatility in the markets. So it's a risk management strategy and a hedging strategy. Generally speaking, the targets for each municipal light department in their capacity portfolio is about 60% of that capacity is coming from assets that they already own, generating this fixed price and this stable price for a long period of time. And then we'll pick up the balance of capacity, approximately 40%, by taking whatever the market price is as a result of the annual capacity auction. And that price is going to bounce around. But when you combine it all together, we feel that we're giving a light department and its customers a very stable long-term capacity cost for something that they absolutely are required to purchase. So to us, it's very much a risk management strategy. But there's always the inevitable question: is this going to pay off? Now, as a risk manager, it's almost akin to wanting to say, did your house burn down this year? And you say, no, I didn't. It didn't burn down. Oh, we wasted a lot of money by buying insurance. But essentially, that's what we're doing here, is we're buying insurance. And what this graph is showing is that when we look at the cost of 2015A, it is providing us capacity at the equivalent of $4.28 per kilowatt month. This designation per kilowatt month is how the ISO New England markets kind of measure and price out capacity. So what this graph is demonstrating is that for the life of this plant, this will be producing 55 megawatts of capacity for its participants at $4.28 per kilowatt month, which is that flat line. When we look and overlay the actual results of capacity auctions and the existing forecast of forward capacity auctions, we kind of see some years the actual capacity cost may actually be lower than $4.28, and in some years that cost may be higher than $4.28. Right now, given where the forecasts are, the capacity markets, we would expect that over the life of this plant, that we would actually be avoiding about $43 million of cost to the participants by having them take what is equivalent to approximately 8% of their capacity portfolio and locking that price in with 2015A at $4.28. But again, from our perspective, it's about this balance between getting a portfolio where we can own the asset and deliver capacity we're obligated to buy at a relatively stable rate for a long period of time, offset that with another part of our portfolio where we can essentially buy it from the market. And it's very much a risk management strategy specifically designed to address the ebbs and flows in the capacity market, not in the energy market. The next slide is kind of just a summary of what I was talking about, that really what this is doing is allowing the light departments the opportunity to own the asset that delivers their capacity, and also it allows us to own the asset where it's really needed, which is here in this northeastern Massachusetts zone called the NEMA zone, which has historically had high capacity prices because it's had some transmission constraints, meaning we can't flow power into the region or out of the region as freely as we can do elsewhere in New England. And that constraint contributes to higher capacity costs in the region. The next slide, I think, kind of just puts it all together. And this is this concept, and it's in reality, the reality that we deal with when we're building power supply of the two different markets, of the capacity market and the energy market. You know, as Ron had said earlier, MWEC has been kind of a leader in non-carbon emitting assets for a long time. And here you can see that in our major energy projects starting in 2011, they've effectively all been non-carbon emitting. They've been wind resources and hydro resources. And we're very pleased to say that in another month or so, we're putting the shovel in the ground for a solar resource in our campus in Ludlow. But what's also important is the two boxes that are highlighted on this chart. And this gets into what I was talking about earlier. You may recall when I was talking about this balance, we have 60% of the capacity that's fixed because we own assets, and 40% of the capacity we procure on the market as a result of the auction. Well, in 2019, we had a capacity resource called Wyman Unit Number 4, And it was a very older technology plant. It burned what they called bunker fuel. This was fuel that cargo ships used to use. This fuel was so thick that in the wintertime, you actually had to heat the fuel up before you could actually burn it in the turbines. We sold our interest in that plant because we knew that that technology had passed and the day had changed, that we need to move our resources to cleaner resources. But what that did is when we sold that plant, that 60-40 balance came a little bit out of balance because we lost a capacity asset. So 2015A is essentially designed to kind of replace the fact that we took this older, you could argue dirtier plant, and we jettisoned it, but we had to then fill that capacity position. And we believe that we're filling it. Yes, it's a plant that does burn fossil fuel, but because of its technology, and because if you look at the other capacity resources in the marketplace, we believe that this is a much better alternative for the environment, and it's also a better alternative economically for us to fill that position with. So that's kind of a story of what we do at MWEC when we're balancing these power portfolios. But most importantly, I think it's important to kind of understand that you've got these three separate markets that make up your capacity costs. Each of those markets have unique strategies that we use to try to build the power portfolio and achieve the outcomes that we want to achieve for our light departments, their customers, and also to support the state's targets. Do you want me to do this one? Pardon me? Okay. So, getting to the state's targets, this is one where we do believe we are very consistent with the goals of the state, given the fact that we've got to navigate these different markets. So when we look to the future, MWEC is moving its energy portfolio more and more towards renewable resources and non-carbon emitting resources. We also believe that the entire region is going to be moving in that direction. But what that means is that we have to look at ways of getting non-carbon emitting resources into our energy portfolio. And one of the ways we have to do that is to make sure that we've covered our requirements in our capacity portfolio. And that's what we think 2015A is going to do by satisfying the capacity requirement that MLPs have to buy capacity. And then that is going to free us up to focus on building the energy portfolio and allow us to go in those directions that meet the state's roadmap for carbon and non-carbon emitting and renewable resources. So at the end of the day, we believe that both the ability of 2015A to provide capacity and the flexibility it gives us to build the energy portfolio in more non-carbon emitting ways is totally in conjunction and in support of the roadmap that the Commonwealth has spelled out towards a net zero 2050 decarbonization future. And we're very happy to report that our progress along this way, that 7 out of the 14 participants of 2015A, when you look at their energy portfolios, have already met their 2030 climate goals objectives. So this balancing between capacity and managing that and managing energy with the desire to get less carbon emitting, you can kind of see how it's actually happening by virtue that almost half the participants of 2015A have taken the first step and achieved their 2030 requirements under the climate bill. We're not done yet. We have plans to keep moving forward, especially on the energy side, to get us to where we need to be, which is effectively net zero in 2050.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to follow up a bit on what Matt was discussing and try to put this power plant in the context of where the state is going with respect to its pathway to decarbonization. My name is Paul Hibbard. I've spent about half my professional career working for the state of Massachusetts at the Department of Environmental Protection and at the Public Utilities Commission, most recently as chairman under Governor Deval Patrick when we put a lot of effort into passing the Green Communities Act, beginning the procurement of renewable resources, net metering, dramatically increasing the amount of energy efficiency in the state, and decoupling the utilities so that they had a financial interest in energy efficiency as well. So, I mean, I have a lot of background within the state, and more recently have been working on energy and environmental policy as a consultant with Analysis Group, a Boston-based firm. The climate context for this plant, I think, is incredibly important and in some ways appears counterintuitive at first. The one certainty, the one thing that we know as a function of state law is that in 30 years, our economy will be decarbonized. We will not have any greenhouse gas emissions associated with moving around in transportation, with the buildings that we have, and with the generation of electricity. And that's a really important piece of context for thinking about what the role of this power plant is. The thing that EEA, the State Energy and Environmental Agency, has recognized in their own roadmap evaluation and in all of the analyses that look at how do we get from here to 2050 is that pathway's there are really two factors in the pathway. One is that it's going to be incredibly difficult because a lot of changes have to happen with respect to what we do to produce and consume energy in every single sector of the economy. The second one is that the electric sector is going to play a vital role in this. Essentially, the power system in the region is going to have to act as a sponge for the greenhouse gas emissions that currently come from the transportation sector and the building sector. And that raises a number of challenges that the state has highlighted in the pathway analyses, and that Matt was just discussing with respect to the previous slide. We're going to have to, at the same time that we're absorbing all the transportation and building demand on the power system, be adding massive amounts of renewable resources. All of the offshore wind resources that you've heard discussed, all of the onshore wind, the behind-the-meter solar, the grid-connected solar, all of these resources are going to have to be added very rapidly at a time electricity demand is increasing. The role of resources like this one is, in that climate context, is not just one of meeting the MLP's capacity obligations in the New England market, and not just one of meeting energy and peak demand requirements of the customers of the MLPs in a fiscally responsible way. It actually has a role in helping the state meet its decarbonization objectives by facilitating this rapid integration of renewable resources at a time when demand is massively increasing. So the project, you know, as has been mentioned before, the project is estimated to operate very infrequently and produce 7,500 tons of CO2. And the reason that I think it seems counterintuitive to build a fossil fuel power plant and then assume it's not going to run much, but this is exactly what's been identified as what has to happen between now and 2050. We need small, efficient, peaking power plants to back up the renewable resources that will always run when they're available. Whenever the wind is blowing, whenever the sun is shining, whenever the water's flowing, you know, whenever atoms are being fissioned, all of those power plants, hydro, nuclear, wind, and solar, are going to be generating energy, and we're not going to need to turn on fossil generating power plants. And that's the basic pathway that's been laid out. That doesn't mean that there won't be some times in the year where you absolutely have to turn something on because we're in a wind lull, or it's at nighttime, or, you know, for whatever reason, the renewable resources that have been developed are just not there to meet the full demand of customers in New England. And so the last thing that happens in the New England region is we start to turn on gas-fired power plants. First, the very large combined cycle efficient ones, which are a little bit cheaper, and then ones like the power plant that's being proposed here. That it's essentially these peaking plants are the very last ones that get turned on, and they only get turned on if, without turning them on, the lights go out. So that's really the role of peaking plants in New England, and it will become a vastly more important role in the coming decades when demand is much more variable and when it's increasing because of absorbing the output from the other sectors. So what point that was being made earlier is that this power plant, by being new, uses technologies that's extremely efficient, particularly in comparison to the existing peaking power plants that otherwise would be turned on to meet this demand. And when it gets called on to run, as a result of that, it's going to displace generation from other oil and gas-fired peaking facilities. Next slide, please. And this, I recognize this is a little bit hard to read, but the blue line that you see here basically shows all of the peaking power plants in New England going from left to right, and the horizontal axis is sort of the cumulative amount of peaking power plants in New England. And again, these are the ones that get turned on only when needed, when there isn't sufficient renewable generation to actually meet demand. The vertical axis is the CO2 emissions per unit of electricity generated at these power plants. And this is the red line that you see here is the expected emission of greenhouse gases per unit of electricity for this power plant. And you compare that to all of these other older, less efficient gas and oil-fired units in the region. So when this power plant is turned on, it means there isn't a single other wind facility, solar facility, hydro facility, or nuclear facility to operate to meet demand. And either the lights go out or you're turning on something that can generate electricity when needed. And what this means is that if this project is added to the system, it won't increase greenhouse gas emissions. What it will do is take those top blue dots with the least efficient units that emit the most amount of greenhouse gases per unit of electricity. It will reduce operation of them. So it's a net reduction in the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that will come. Over time, it will cause some of those to retire entirely because they won't be needed. And over time, as more and more and more renewables get added to the system, we'll start working our way down this blue line, and the only fossil units that will operate will be those that are absolutely needed to keep the lights on and that are operating at the most efficient rate possible to minimize emissions. Next slide, please. So the last thing I just wanted to mention, just in terms of magnitude for comparison, and this is a picture that will change pretty rapidly over the next few decades, but this is the inventory of greenhouse gas emissions from Massachusetts stationary sources, and that includes power plants, small generators on campuses, on healthcare facilities, and in commercial establishments. And the very bottom here is Peabody. It's estimated to emit on the order of 7,000 metric tons of CO2 CO2 equivalents. And this is less than even most of the ones that you see operating at the airport, at our college campuses and our healthcare facilities, and obviously far less than the emissions from the existing fossil generating electricity stations. So again, I just think the starting point for this conversation is that we are decarbonizing the energy systems in Massachusetts. There's no way around it. It's been mandated. It's in state law. But there's a portion of time between now and then where we absolutely have to have reliable generating resources to meet demand when the renewables that we've added on the system are insufficient to meet demand. And hopefully at some point in time with the money that's going into R&D, the gas can be replaced with hydrogen or with renewable natural gas so that the net greenhouse gas impact of operating these power plants is zero or negative. But we're not really there yet. And it's at this point in time that I think it has greater value to be displacing these older, less efficient polluting resources with newer, more efficient technologies for that portion of electricity generation that's needed when the amount of renewables is insufficient to meet demand. So I think I'll stop there. Or do I do the next one?
Can people hear me okay? Great. Good evening. My name is Joe Kowalik. I'm the General Manager of the Marblehead Municipal Light Department. I want to give a shout out to the folks in the back who have been holding their posters up all evening. I identify with you because when I was a graduate student, I was a U.S. EPA air pollution fellow when we were fighting coal-fired plants. So keep up that energy and that enthusiasm. You're doing the right thing. In the next few minutes, I'd like to talk to everyone who's an Essex County resident. This is not limited to people who live in Marblehead or Peabody, but to everyone who lives in this part of Massachusetts, this NEMA zone that we heard about before, because I want to talk about the reliability of our electrical system. We've been very fortunate over the past number of years in living in New England for many reasons, but one reason is from our electrical reliability. Anyone in this room knows you can walk over to a light switch, flip it, and have every expectation the light is going to go on. Any time of the day, any day of the week, in the hottest summer day, on the coldest winter day. And that's because our ISO New England organization, our operator, has built this capacity market that you've heard about, designed to systematically add on more power on the hottest or coldest days by dispatching these additional peaker plants as the demand goes up, and then release those plants as the demand goes down. But those same power generators in the capacity market play a second role, and that role is also to provide reliability or backup generation in the events that other generators go offline, either due to a scheduled maintenance or an unscheduled outage. So a way I think about it, honestly, is when you purchase a car actually with 5 wheels. You're only driving on 4 of them, the wheels on the road, but you have a 5th wheel. It's in the trunk of your car for most of us. It's a spare. So in many ways, this capacity market provides a reliability benefit that is very much like that spare tire in your car. And it's when you need to use it, you feel really good you have one in your car. So as I've said, we've all enjoyed high reliability in the past, but we cannot, and Paul has alluded to this, we cannot glibly assume that our historical high reliability will continue into the future without adding a capacity plant such as Project 2015A. It's my job as a local general manager of a municipal light department to provide electrical service to my customers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, no questions asked. And I take my job very seriously. So as you can see on the screen here, there's 3 factors that I have great concern about. There's really 3 factors that I'd like to briefly talk about. Number 1 is that as we talked about these pathways, the shift that Paul talked about from these carbon assets to renewable assets are intermittent. By definition, they will be less reliable than what we have today. That's an important factor we cannot lose sight of. The second is that as part of the strategy, I don't know why that's doing that. Is that better? Yeah. Okay, let me just. So in terms of that first point that I was making, the state decarb plan is aggressively going after renewable energy, and we recognize that those sources like offshore wind and solar, they're intermittent, and they rely on the weather, the New England weather, which we all know is not reliable. So we're aggressively putting into our plan intermittent resources that are, in fact, less reliable. And that is the plan. And we all accept that plan. The second part of that decarbonization plan, which is a great document, I really recommend people reading it, includes this electrification strategy. So in addition to shifting our energy from carbon-based sources to renewable sources, we're also adding to our load. We're telling people, we want you to get out of your gas cars and buy an electric vehicle. We want you to stop using oil or natural gas to heat your homes and get an air source heat pump. So we're going to be adding to the load. The estimates are not really well refined at this point, but it could be a doubling or tripling of the energy that we're going to have to provide in the next 30 years. Doubling or tripling. Then you add to those two factors, we live in NEMA. So anyone here from Boston, north of Boston, Essex County, Middlesex County, we're in this NEMA zone, which today is recognized as a zone that's import constrained, meaning if we had an issue here with some assets going out, either transmission lines or a plant, there's insufficient transmission lines coming into this part of the state to provide the electricity that we might need, which is an additional structural risk that we have living here that exists today, which is why placing this plant in NEMA in Peabody is so important, because it's here with us where we live. So again, as a general manager, it's my job, I feel, to think, what are the worst cases that could possibly happen? As GMs, I think it's our job to think about these things. In my view, the worst case that I'm thinking about, and I'll tell you, I think about it quite a bit, in New England, in the future, is going to occur in the winter. And it's going to be extreme cold on winter's days, as described in the Massachusetts 2050 decarbonization plan on page 62. And I encourage you to read it. February 16th, it describes the day of February 16th, 2050, of a winter weather pattern with no wind, and which occurs for a day or more. So if we're in that situation, our intermittent resource is not working. If we have insufficient backup resources, we don't have electricity. And I think people need to understand that, because the people who are going to be most at risk are the most vulnerable members of our households in our communities. And those will be the elderly and those individuals who have medical needs that rely upon electric equipment. That, to me, is a worst-case situation. And so without adequate reliability, we can unfortunately see a New England future where we could experience brownouts. As far-fetched as those sound right now, but they were probably far-fetched in California a few years ago. And then we all saw what happened in Texas last winter, where there were blackouts, and resulting, honestly, sadly, and tragically, in the death of over 100 people. That's why I'm a strong supporter of this project. I do not want to see a California experience. I do not want to see a Texas experience in our New England future. To prevent such a future, as a GM in this zone where we live, in a NEMA zone, I believe we need a reliability plan like Project 215A. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good. My name is Nick Scobo, and I'm an attorney. I've practiced law for about 40 years, starting off in the Attorney General's office, then working for legal services, and then representing public entities for the remainder. I, in essence, am the attorney for this project. One of my jobs, and most important jobs in my mind, is to ensure that every legal process, or every process that MWEC and each light department goes through meets all of the legal requirements for notices, open meetings, and that sort of thing. It's very critical. It's critical from a public point of view. It's also critical from a personal point of view, because if and when MWEC issues bonds, I have to give an opinion that MWEC has met all of its legal requirements. So I make sure that everybody meets the requirements that they have to meet. What are they? What are we talking about? MWEC is a political subdivision of the Commonwealth. Its board of directors meetings are open public meetings that have to be posted. So every single meeting is posted. That's important. In addition to that, the municipal light departments are public entities. Joe is a public official. You're going to hear from other public officials who are commissioners. They also have to post their meetings, and they do. It's a 48-hour posting responsibility. As far as MWEC is concerned, starting off in 2015, one of the first things it did is it filed what's called an environmental notification form, or an ENF. It files that with the Commonwealth. And in so doing, MWEC had to publish that ENF in the Environmental Monitor. And it stood in the Environmental Monitor, which is online and published by the Commonwealth for at least 30 days. It required or invited people to comment on the project at that time. In addition to that, as part of the ENF process, MWEC notified 12 state agencies with respect to the ENF and the project. And I made sure that that happened. Moreover, MWEC also notified, as part of that process, 5 departments of the city of Peabody, asking for input, seeking any kind of, or answering any questions and seeking input. The result of all of that is that MWEC did receive a ruling from the Secretary of Energy at the time that it did not need to file an EIR, an environmental impact report. The next thing, that when MWEC has, or when its municipal light plants have their meetings, sometimes, and sometimes, and I'm sure some of you know, at times they go into executive session. And that sounds pretty cruel, you know? What's executive session? Why do they do it? They do it for purposes of competition. You heard these two gentlemen talk about these markets. Those markets are open. Those markets are competitive. So to the extent that a light department or the MWEC board wishes to discuss the pricing of the project, how much it's going to bid into this capacity market, or any of that, they do it in executive session. Why? Well, because a competitor could easily get that information. And if a competitor gets that information, then the ability to participate in these very markets that are very much open and very competitive, then you fail. So that's why they go into executive session, and they have in this project. Additionally, certain municipal light plants, as a result of the project and during the course of this, have held other public meetings just to discuss it. I know Marblehead has had some. I'm sure that South Hadley has had some, and I know Wakefield has had some. The purpose of those meetings is, again, just to go over and explain to people what's going on, which is what they have done in the open meetings as requested and posted. Moreover, MWEC staff has attended a lot of these meetings to explain. Mostly it's been by Zoom, as you well know, but MWEC staff has attended these meetings. I think Matt Ide has been to every single meeting every time. Moreover, when an MWEC filed at the Department of Public Utilities. I was the attorney that filed the petition on behalf of MWEC, and I was ordered, and I had to sign an affidavit that I served that notice on each and every light department that's a participant and posted it in various newspapers, which I did, which caused the hearing to be public. That's what I have to do. So in fact, it was public. MWEC has had regular meetings with members of the administration, the Baker administration, keeping the Baker administration apprised of what is going on, what it is doing, how it is doing it, and so on. But again, not revealing any confidential information. Finally, as you probably know, and as mentioned previously, MWEC has a separate website dedicated to this project only, project2015a.org, I believe it is. So MWEC, at least in my view, in the opinion that I have to give, to the extent that MWEC does issue bonds, has followed every single legal requirement, posted every notice, created every public meeting that it has to do, and has gained all of its permits in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I think it's important to go over the timeline and the process that MWEC utilizes in developing projects. We've heard a lot about 2015A. That was done 6 years ago. A lot of things have changed. Well, 2015 was the time frame you heard Matt talk about, that we wanted to sell our ownership interest in the Wyman oil-based energy project. So we had to find a way to replace the capacity. So we asked the MWEC board at that time in 2015 if we can have some research and development dollars in order to find a suitable replacement for Wyman's capacity. So the board granted us permission to spend some dollars to find that capacity replacement. And in order to keep track of the billing for 2015A for this capacity replacement, it was labeled Project 2015A. So for about 2 years, MWEC staff did an exhaustive search on what would be the best site for a capacity replacement, and they turned over every leaf and turned over every stone of what would be the best technology. So that took about 2 years to do. And of course, it was decided that the best place to find a suitable capacity would be the Peabody site because of its NEMA zone and the existing infrastructure. So we entered the capacity auction that Ron explained and Matt explained in 2017. We didn't get accepted into that auction because the price was too high. And we have to submit our actual cost. We can't try to make a profit on it. We can't try to undercut. ISO does a scrubbing of the cost for that project, so we have to justify our dollars. Like I said, we didn't get accepted in 2017. So we had to go back and sharpen our pencils. What can we do to lower the cost of this project? And it was decided that we would not capitalize interest. And I don't want to go into too much detail what that is, but it's essentially not issuing the bonds well ahead of putting the shovels in the ground of the unit. So we had to work with the EPC contractor. What would they allow us to do in order not to pay them for these long lead time items? That they actually took the risk with these long lead time items and doing all their research and development for the project. It was decided that we would have a cancellation clause in the project. And you've heard and you will hear from some of the elected officials what that means to the municipal light department. So we entered into that contract with a cancellation clause. We saved about $2 million on the cost of the project, resubmitted it to the capacity auction, and got accepted in February of 2018. We got the air and acid rain permits in September of 2020. And as we all know, we're smack dead in the middle of the DPU process to issue the $85 million of initial issuance and $85 million for the refunding bonds. So why the pause in a project? We do listen. And I can't harp on it enough that we are your allies in this program of decarbonization and electrification. So the MWEC Board of Directors authorized the pause for a minimum of 30 days. to address all the concerns that we've heard about the project. And the MWEC staff went about their normal business to consider all the options that were viable for a capacity replacement for 2015A. And I'm going to have MWEC staff go over all those options that they reviewed. Matt.
So we did an exhaustive search, and excuse me for touching the mask, about looking at alternatives. And when we looked at alternative technologies, it was very important that, as I was talking earlier, the whole purpose of this project was to fit in the needs of the capacity market. So whatever alternative technology we were looking at, we had to make sure that that was going to deliver certain key things, which was primarily that we would get 55 megawatts into the capacity market, and that the technology was capable of operating under a fast start configuration, which meant it could turn on in 10 minutes. This was important because there's a reserve market that this resource is intended to participate in, called the forward reserve market, which means it has to start very quickly. And then, of course, the last thing is we wanted to make sure that the alternative technology, did reside in the NEMA zone because of the capacity constraints. So the first technology that we looked at was effectively a battery storage technology. And battery storage is going to be a technology that's going to be very important going forward in the New England energy market, primarily because it is going to be very important in the ability to take intermittent resources like wind and solar when it's generating electricity, store it, and then dispatch it during peak hours almost on a daily basis as the intermittent resources take over and become the primary source of electricity. But this would be more in the energy markets, not necessarily in the capacity markets. But the conclusion was, when we looked at the technology on the site, the site was simply too small to accommodate a battery storage configuration that would generate 55 megawatts of capacity. The other thing was, we said, okay, from an economic point of view, let's wave a magic wand and say the site was big enough. Could we have something that was economically viable at that location if we could find the space for it? And unfortunately, the answer was no, because the cost of doing a battery storage configuration at that Peabody site meant that it could not participate in the forward reserve market. And the forward reserve market was a very important revenue stream that would drive the cost down. The requirements of the forward reserve market meant that a battery storage facility would be too risky to put there, because we would be subject to a lot of penalties if we did not perform. Fundamentally, that penalty is really centered on the fact that the battery can discharge from 2 to 4 hours, but under the forward reserve market, we could have an obligation to provide a reserve generation of electricity for a period longer than 4 hours. And if we were unable to provide that longer-term reserve electricity, we would be significantly penalized. The technology just wasn't a good fit under the requirements of the forward reserve. And this kind of demonstrates that while there are appropriate uses of battery storage, in the context of what we're dealing with here for 2015A, and in the context of a reserve and reliability asset, the batteries may not be the best fit. And I'd introduce Pete Dion, our general manager from Wakefield, to kind of elaborate on this reliability.
Thank you. As Matt said, my name is Pete Dion. I'm the general manager of Wakefield Municipal Gas and Light Department. We're one of the participants in 2015A. If you refer back to the slide that Ron put up earlier, of all the different projects, we've been a participant in all of those. Berkshire 1, Berkshire 2, Hancock Wind, Eagle Creek Hydro. So in other words, we've been on that side of this since day one. And we also are feeling that pressure now to make sure that we have that capacity to protect us on the backside. I grew up in this industry. My first job in college was working at Salem Harbor Station, the coal-fired plant. I worked at oil-fired plants for Boston Edison at Mystic and Salem Harbor. I've watched the industry evolve, but I've also run the business from the dispatch and operations side, and I realize how important that every day keeping the lights on is. As Joe Kowalik spoke, that's my day, that's my life. We need to make sure that the lights stay on all the time. We need to do it economically, intelligently, and we need to do it with a focus on keeping the lights on for our customers. So when we have looked at all these projects, we are looking at for those with that in mind. Now, we are also one of those 6 utilities that has a battery. So we're experiencing using a battery right now. It is a great piece of the puzzle. It definitely is going to be an asset going forward. But as Matt said, it has a very limited operational window. So when we look at when we use our battery, we also have one small behind-the-meter generator, and we run that also in a time of capacity constraint. We are able to run that generator at a much longer time frame than that battery. We have to hit a very exact window for a very exact peak of time, but we can't cover the whole thing. If you look back just on April, I think it was 19th of this year, we had a capacity peak in New England for the month of April that lasted from 9 in the morning till 7 at night. The battery was only available for 4 of those hours and at a derated capacity. So we really have to remember that the battery is a piece of the puzzle, but it's not the entire solution. And without spinning reserve type resources, as Matt said, we're going to be in a world of hurt. If you look at what the batteries require, they require footprint. They require a much bigger land area than we currently have at the PBD site. In talking to the 5 or 6 vendors that we've already talked to for batteries, none of them could fit a project at the PBD site without 6 times the land that we were talking about at that location. I've talked separately to other battery manufacturers that have no options in the entire NEMA region. They're talking about battery projects in the western part of the state at best. We're not, NEMA is the area that's constrained because this is where all the population is, and we're also have the least amount of available land. So that's why the land constraint in and of itself is a significant issue for batteries in this region. The other thing is the technology itself. It is, although a growing and improving technology, it has a fixed useful life. The National Renewable Energy Lab out in California released a study 2 years ago that said that a battery has a utility-grade battery has a useful life for about 10 to 12 years. But during that time, the output of that battery will degrade over time. The study showed that after 7 years, it was only providing 75% of its output. So by the time it gets to 12 years, it's down to about 50% or less. So we're talking about technologies that are going to need to be replaced 10 to 12 or at best case 15 years. So a battery project, even if we could fit it on the land in Peabody, which we can't, you'd have to replace it once over during the life of this project. So the capital cost of doing a battery project, which is already more expensive, you'd have to do it twice over the life of this unit. So those are 2 physical constraints that we have with batteries themselves. Now again, technology is improving, but there's only so far that that's going to go. The fact that remains that if we run batteries more and more frequently, we all know that their life degrades faster and faster. The National Renewable Energy Research Lab also talks significantly about running batteries under ideal conditions to preserve their useful life. And that's within a discharge range of 46 to 54%, not fully discharging, and also running them at very consistent temperatures. Well, we all live in New England. We know that neither of those things is true. We don't have consistent temperatures, and we don't have a window of time where it's only peaking for a very short period. So batteries, again, are going to be a very vital supplement to the long-term plan, but certainly not a replacement of a resource such as this.
Better hold it. My name is Ed Kaczynski. I'm the retired Director of Engineering and Generation Assets from MMWEC. I am currently a consultant from MMWEC for the development of energy and capacity resources. That would be wind energy resources and this particular project as a capacity resource. One of the major factors associated with this particular unit is that it's the manufacturer is Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi is aggressively pursuing a hydrogen strategy where they will be able to mix or blend up to 25% hydrogen into natural gas in running this unit. Their goal is to achieve that in 2022, which is a year from now, which happens to coincide with the commercial operation date of this unit. Now, what is the result of this goal? The result is by mixing hydrogen with natural gas, we lower the carbon emissions. Hydrogen contains no carbon whatsoever. Natural gas, on the other hand, which is primarily methane, on a molecular weight level has 75% carbon. So you're blending in a non-carbon emitting element or combustible with natural gas, thus lowering carbon emissions. The goal of Mitsubishi is to lower the emissions, the carbon emissions that is, and not increase the NOx emissions. At this point, Mitsubishi feels that they can blend up to 10% hydrogen without any mechanical modifications to the unit whatsoever. By increasing that blend up to 25%, they feel that the only modifications that will have to be made will be to the catalytic converter, which is on the back end of the unit, which scrubs the NOx. Now, there are three major manufacturers of gas turbine generators in the world. All three are aggressively pursuing the blending of hydrogen with natural gas, all of them. Why? It's simple. The product that they're providing is a 30-year project, or 30-year product. Okay, in the next 30-year time frame, we're going to have increasingly stringent carbon emissions regulations. So if they do nothing, they're going to have a product whose 30-year life expectancy will be questionable, a product that will be difficult to market. So what they're doing, the manufacturers of these gas turbine generators, is they're proactively getting ahead of these emissions regulations so that they can ensure that the product they're trying to sell right now, the product that they're selling, has a 30-year life. Because as they increase the blend of hydrogen, the carbon emissions drop. Now, if Mitsubishi achieves their goals next year of blending 25% hydrogen into natural gas, their goal by the end of the decade is to increase that percentage to 80%. Now, what this does is ensure that this particular technology that we're using has a future in a decarbonized world. The next thing is the hydrogen that we're going to blend. We're going to blend green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is hydrogen that has no carbon footprint whatsoever. It takes energy to make hydrogen. You either decompose methane, which contains carbon and hydrogen, and extract the hydrogen from the methane with steam, which requires energy to produce, or you do it through electrolysis, which requires electrical energy. The term green hydrogen applies to hydrogen that is manufactured by using non-emitting energy to make the hydrogen in the first place. An example of that would be using wind and solar energy in the electrolysis process. That way you have no carbon footprint whatsoever, no carbon footprint in manufacturing the hydrogen, no carbon footprint in burning the hydrogen in a gas turbine generator like Project 2015A. And the pursuit of hydrogen blending by the manufacturers of gas turbines is consistent with the decarbonization roadmap.
Hello, my name is Brian Quinn. I'm Director of Engineering and Generation Assets here at MWEC. And I just want to express that we took a great opportunity of the pause. We were able to reach out to the turbine manufacturer, as Ed had pointed out, and we had discussions of ways of developing the ability to go to 80% hydrogen, as Ed pointed out, but also get to the point where we can get to 100% hydrogen. That's our ultimate goal. As Ed keenly pointed out, they have all the interest in the world to get there as well and support us along the way. MWEC and our participants are very excited about the fact that we'll be developing and leading Massachusetts in this project development that is in line, locked and step in line with the U.S. Department of Energy, obtaining similar goals and objectives or identical goals and objectives to create this new green energy future for us. And we feel that this product development will certainly accomplish that for us. It's a demonstration project that we're excited about, enthusiastic about, and ready to commit to. Lastly, the next issue that we're faced with is the supply chain. With regards to green hydrogen, the U.S. is not as in the same position as perhaps the rest of the the rest of the world. There's other areas in the world that are more advanced in developing green hydrogen. However, we do have a couple of positive things happening in this country with regards to green hydrogen development, and that's the transportation sector. In Pennsylvania and in New York State, there's actually going to be manufacturing facilities in the trucking industry. Heavy-duty truck industry is looking to convert a lot of their vehicles or all their vehicles in these manufacturing facilities to burn and fire and operate on green hydrogen. In addition to that, another positive note that we have supporting the supply chain, in California we have 10,000 green hydrogen cars in operation. So those are two big things that are going to help us improve the supply chain over the next decade here in the States. In addition to that, we're dealing with the opportunity of an overabundance of wind power that's going to help us from the standpoint of providing low-cost energy to support the development of green hydrogen. So those are the three big things that are going on in the country, in the U.S., that's going to position ourselves from a supply chain point of view. With regards to the project, we're looking at converting to 100% green hydrogen post-construction. It's a post-construction alternative because of these supply chain related issues with regards to transportation the overall demand and production of green hydrogen, as well as storage of green hydrogen. So the whole goal is to have green hydrogen refuel our future, and we're on the way of doing that. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the audience for their patience. I know this can get long and tedious, but we have 3 Light Department commissioners who would like to express their point of view and support for the project. Take no more than 5 to 10 minutes, and then we can get to the question and answer section. So with that, I'd like to introduce Tom D'Amato, who's the chair of the Peabody Municipal Light Board. No, you can do it. Find the mic.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Who's going up?
Let's sit closer. Good evening. My name is Phil Corsi. I'm a gas and light commissioner from Wakefield, one of the 14 participants in this project. I joined the May 25th the Zoom meeting, and I spoke briefly about the role of the commissioner when the questions were asked. The time and the format didn't allow for a lot of discussion, so I'm here tonight to continue that and hopefully answer any brief, clean, North Shore questions. A little bit of background on the commissioner's role is it really goes back to the 1890s when the industrialists were monopolizing and municipals found out that they could supply gas and electricity. Mass general laws allowed for that. And it said, municipals may elect a board of commissioners, 3 to 5 people who have the authority to construct a plant and distribute gas or electricity. So that's where the commissioners get their authority. Commissioners' priorities. I looked through the 41 municipals. Most of them had put together some type of mission or vision statement. They all subscribe to providing safe, reliable, affordable, clean power. Safety, obviously, it's a dangerous business. Electrocutions, gas explosions, trench collapses. Reliability, you've heard a lot about keeping the lights on. Affordability. The law provided for local control, which you have. You, the ratepayers, Peabody, Danvers, are the owners of your municipal light plant. The rates are settled by the municipalities. They're not determined by the Department of Public Utilities. Peabody happens to have the lowest rates in the state. Your electric company is a gem. I hope you treasure it. The other thing with affordability and rates, we know through the pandemic winter that our ratepayers, more than 1/3 during the winter, fell behind on their payments. The commissioners know that our people are struggling, and I also mentioned at the meeting there are project cancellation charges. Wakefield could be, ratepayers could be exposed to as much as $3 million if the project gets canceled. Peabody, $9 or $10 million. I'll let your commissioners speak to that. Commissioners in general are advocate for cleaner and the energy future, as you've heard. We're actively planning for that future from the political end. Some commissioners and other officials are not only advocates, in addition to that, they're climate activists. We coexist on boards in the town. The disagreements tend to be about the belief as to how long it'll take to develop some of these new technologies and the cost to get there. But we're all looking for a greener energy future. The board in Wakefield, the majority of the board supports this project for its rate stability. And we in Wakefield are very much in support of this project. Thank you. I think your concerns are valid, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak.
Good evening. You've been sitting a long time, and I appreciate your patience. I'm Ann Alwad. I'm a commissioner of the South Hadley Electric Light Department, so 100 miles west. I identify with people who are very concerned about this project. I voted to support this project 5 years ago, and I reaffirmed that vote just a month ago. So it has not been easy for me. When I first got the packet 5 years ago to prepare for the meeting, I thought, wait, I'm going to be listening to a gas-fired peaker plant. I barely understood peaker concept at that time. And I envisioned not only gas-fired, but that it was being delivered through a pipeline, and I hate gas pipelines. So I listened, and I did learn a lot, and that's one of the tremendous advantages to serving on a light board. I am not an engineer. I'm a public health professional. But what I heard is that this plant will be low emissions. It will replace far dirtier plants that we've been concerned about for years, especially in the area of environmental justice. They tend to be located in heavily populated, lower income communities, and they spew emissions which affect health. So from a public health perspective, and the economics of it to assisting communities transition, I began to change my mind. Also, I see, I'm very concerned about climate change, and I am personally in my own life and as a board commissioner trying hard to move our society, household by household, neighborhood and community and state and nation, to 2050 zero emissions. It feels that you cannot do something just flipping from one to the other, and that's why we have a 30-year plan. And I think we will need to rely on fossil fuels as a transition bridge to those zero carbon emissions. I also have a lot of confidence that because of the terror we feel about climate change, that a great deal of research and development is going on. We've just heard that Mitsubishi is working on replacing gas with hydrogen. I just think there's a lot going on in the field, and that we will be successful ultimately. So it's my uncertain, ambivalent process that I just wanted to describe to you. It's not simple, and you can't kind of be all of one thing or against everything. It's going to take some mixture of things that we want to see the end of, but that we need to use to get to where we're going. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom D'Amato. I'm chairman of the Board of Commissioners for Peabody Municipal Light Plant. And thanks to Phil from Wakefield, my statement will be about 30% less than it was going to be. But following what I feel has been a very thorough presentation by Ron and his staff at MWEC, and in the interest of brevity, I will spare you any further redundancy of information. Quite frankly, there's not much more that I can add than what hasn't already been displayed this evening. I would like to say, however, that as elected board members that oversee our municipal light plant here in Peabody, we are wholly unaccustomed and quite uncomfortable in the spotlight. As a company, we prefer rather to maintain a low profile and do what we do quite well, as a matter of course, and that is to provide safe, reliable, and economically efficient power to the ratepayers and the citizens of Peabody. We do so, I might add, with a commitment to being solid corporate partners with city government and Mayor Betancourt. Having said that, we have great confidence in Ron DiCurzio and his staff at MWEC, along with our own management team. While we certainly pledge to continue adding renewable resources to our power portfolio in compliance with decarbonization thresholds put forth by the Commonwealth, our board firmly believes at this point in time that Project 2015A is fundamentally sound, well-grounded, and quite frankly vital to fulfilling our statutory obligation as a load-serving entity. Thank you.
I thank you all for your patience. I think now we'll start the question and answer session. So Kate Roy is going to be announcing who's up to speak and who's on deck.
Good evening. My name is Peter Barry, and I'm the General Counsel of MWEC. Mike Flynn, the board chair of MWEC, has asked me to be the moderator of the public questioning and comment period, and I'm happy to do that. I'm going to be assisted by Kate Roy. Again, a number of the people who spoke recently thanked you for your patience. I want to do that again myself, but I hope that you found all of these speakers to be educational, that you've learned something. I think all of the speakers are knowledgeable, thoughtful, and they've spoken from, I think, sharing some of the same concerns that you do. But given that patience, it's now your turn. It's now your turn to share your thoughts with the MWEC board. There are not going to really be any ground rules. We originally said at the opening of the meeting that there'd be a queue. There's not going to be necessary. Kate, as you well know, had a sign-up sheet up front for anybody who wanted to speak, and they can will keep track of that and identify the next speaker and the person who's on deck. I think we're going to go with elected officials first. We have some of them here tonight. Thank them for coming. We thank them for coming. Again, not a lot of rules, but we do ask that you use your time in a way that's thoughtful of others so that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. And I, as moderator, will reserve the right to keep things moving and keep things civil. So here we go.
Okay. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce anyone's names. Some of them might be a little hard to read. I'm going to announce who's up next and then who's on deck so that the person next in line can start making their way to the microphone, which is right in the middle aisle there. As Peter said, we're going to start with elected officials first, and first up is Gardner Trask. I would also ask that when you get to the microphone that you identify yourself and your affiliation, if you're an elected official, or if you're a private citizen, what community you're from.
That should be better. Good evening. My name is Gardner Trask. I am the chair of the Danvers Select Board. And I want to just a couple of questions for you. Not only have I been a select board member for 16 years, prior to that, I was a member of the Danvers Municipal Light Board. So I served, as you do, for my community. And I know all the lingo. I'm familiar with what we're talking about. I was there when we did the fifth feeder project in Danvers and had to craft the PP and F&A policies as well. So right with you. But Danvers is a border community. And one of the things that I've been a little concerned about is not necessarily is the lack of outreach. As a select board member, I only got an invitation yesterday morning. Didn't have enough time to dig in with our town manager, who's away at the moment, or with our municipal light board members who are currently serving, or the electric division. And so, and I'm not taking a position, because as an elected official, I have to hear all the information to make an informed decision. What I don't have is all the information. And so, some of these issues relate to everybody in the room. Many people here with a focus specifically on environmental issues. Many are PVD residents who care about, what about me? What's it mean to me? I'm here with the same thoughts in mind, and what's it mean to Danvers? Danvers has houses on Appleton and Water Street that are as close as Buxton Lane and Pulaski Street. So we have a vested interest in this plan. And some of the things I'm not hearing and have to dig deeper in, I'll admit, because this was sprung upon me like a lot of people, I think. I realize you've been doing this since 2015, but this meeting was only recently advertised, and it just needs some details. First and foremost, and you may not have the answers tonight, and that's okay, but for me to make an informed decision, I'll need those answers at some point. What are the fuel sources for this new plant? What are the technologies and capacities and storage for those fuel sources? What are the delivery mechanism for those fuel sources? Danvers happens to actually have the only point of potential failure in the Maritime and Northeast gas line. We have a trunk line that comes into Peabody to serve you. That's the only point in 22 miles that trunks off that line. So we have a vested interest. And we do have a heightened sensitivity. Not more than a mile or two from where you're actually proposing this plant. In 2006, we lost 90 homes and buildings to an explosion, a chemical explosion in that area. So yes, we have a heightened sensitivity and need these answers. So I'd like to know about the fuel sources, the delivery of those, the storage, any supporting chemicals you need to participate in your delivery of capacity, energy delivery. And I appreciate this is capacity. But what are the safety protocols, and who are you going to engage? And that's about the fuel sources. When you do construction, what are your plans for abutter notification? And please extend that to Danvers. We have the most abutter land, or most abutter acreage, where Waters River is Danvers. Appleton Street, those neighborhoods are Danvers, and equally impacted. What are the wetland concerns? Has the Concom approved this site? And what about construction traffic? And then finally, when you start doing production, when things are up and running, we would like to know what the impacts are. What are your studies say about noise, traffic, and traffic specifically that might be there for the fuel delivery sources? I'm more than likely to go through Danvers to get to the highways than they're going to go through Peabody. Noxious fume potentials. I'm not saying you're going to have them, but what are the potentials, and can you describe them? Existing ground contamination, soil disturbance, any new contamination, any potential water contamination, or protocols for managing those. It's not that I'm pro or con on the project. I need information to understand these factors that will help me make my decisions. And will you include Danvers safety professionals who learned an awful lot from that 2006 explosion on chemical safety protocols and management? And then I have a question. This is demand only. Are there inherent risks with those facilities that only start up on a rare occasion. And finally, you're talking about 239 hours of peak time you're projecting. That's in 3 to 6 years. What happens in the 6 to 9 year? What happens in the 9+ years? What is your profile for ramping up the number of hours you'll be using these as time goes on? Because you've talked very eloquently, and I agree that everybody here is knowledgeable and understanding and trying to give the right information to the people here. But what are your projected plans more than 3 or 6 years out? And you must have those records, you must have those, at least those projections, so that we understand that, okay, after 6 years it might be 500 hours a year or more, because you well stated how hard it is to build out new plants with a 3-year future. I was there, I understand it when we were purchasing power on behalf of Danvers. So those are some of the concerns. I think they don't reflect just on Danvers, but on many of the people here. And I thank you for the time to hear them. I'll wait for what answers you can provide and look for those other answers later. Thank you.
So as the CEO of MWEC, I take responsibility for not being proactive and reaching out. As the CEO of MWEC, I take direct responsibility for not reaching out to Danvers and considering them in this process. That's my fault. You've asked a lot of questions tonight, and if you give us your phone number, I think Kate has your phone number because she hasn't been in contact with you. We'll have a direct response for you for those answers. Yes, sure.
Okay, up next is Julie Smith-Galvin, the chair of the Wakefield Town Council, and on deck is State Representative Sally Kearns. Okay. On deck is Adrienne Allen from the Belmont Board of Health.
Thank you. I will just say before I start, I thought that you were going to answer some of the questions that was asked in public. So if there's any answers to what my colleague just asked that you could answer, I think we would all appreciate that.
Ed, are you in a position to answer some of those technical questions that you have?
From what the representative from Danvers requested was he was very concerned about the fuel source. The fuel source is going to be natural gas via pipeline. There'll be absolutely no change whatsoever from what is happening right now. There is a lateral that comes off of the Tennessee Gas Pipeline in Danvers, and that particular line supplies Beverly, amongst other localities, but no change whatsoever, other than when this unit runs, the gas path will be the same as the 2 existing units that are on that site right now. So there's no change there. In terms of delivery, fuel delivery, the fuel oil, which is the backup fuel, it's primarily a gas plant, will be via tank wagon. And again, that's a backup fuel, only used in the wintertime when gas is unavailable. The primary fuel is gas, that's via pipeline. You also mentioned a concern about noise. If you look at the air permit, which is a public document, we went through a very extensive analysis of the noise that is going to be created. And not only did it look at the noise from the new unit, which has the latest noise technologies, it looked at it running simultaneously with the 2 existing units at Peabody. And one of the things that the DEP is requiring us to do, and if you look at the permit that's, again, a public document, is we have to add some noise attenuation to one of the existing units in the event that all 3 units are running simultaneously during a system emergency. So noise has been very heavily scrutinized by the DEP. This is, now when you get an air permit, it's not only an air permit, it's a noise permit. Any other?
If you could answer about the hydrogen, we've heard about hydrogen tonight, if you could answer questions
Okay, I think your concern on hydrogen, are you talking about a safety concern?
You spoke earlier about using hydrogen.
Yes. Yes, all of your major OEMs are pursuing a hydrogen strategy so that their units will decarbonize. That will ensure that these units are 30-year units. Okay, the hydrogen would be delivered in liquid form. Right now, the technology that is most appropriate for transporting hydrogen, storing hydrogen, is liquid form, because it's a very light gas, and to do it by compressed gas technology would require huge tanks. So in liquid form, just to give you a sense, it would be cryogenic tanks, spherical probably in configuration, and for a 20% or 25% blend of hydrogen, it would be a very, very small amount of hydrogen compared to what we have right now for oil. Right now we have 3 oil tanks on site. It would, the amount of hydrogen required for a 25% blend for 24 hours, which is what we would consider adequate supply or adequate storage, would be much smaller than the 3 tanks that we have for oil right now. So, and again, that would be delivered via tank wagon, and that would be liquefied hydrogen. And your major gas suppliers are ramping up right now to do this, because this is obviously very much in the decarbonized future.
I'm sure other people have points of focus they'll want to hear about, so thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Julie Smith-Galvin. I'm currently in my 2nd term as a Wakefield Town Councilor and have served as liaison to the Wakefield Municipal Gas and Light Department for the past 3 years. While my comments tonight are my own, I speak on behalf as a Wakefield ratepayer, but I'm certainly informed by my public role and by my 3 decades as an energy professional. Energy and especially capacity issues are extraordinarily complex topics, but that should be no excuse to exclude robust awareness and input on a decision that is going to affect ratepayers and neighbors for decades to come. The lack of public input and transparency is my #1 concern about this project, and this is a late yet appreciated opportunity for more important questions to be answered. I do very much hope that sessions like this will be held in all of the 14 participating communities. It's unfair to ask them to come here to hear this and to be able to participate. I do want to thank the Municipal Gas and Light Department in Wakefield, the management and commissioners. They really have engaged with me over the past 9 months, and I very much appreciate it. I've been asking questions about this power plant since October of 2020, when I first discovered that the Mass DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, had issued MWEC an air quality permit for a gas and oil-fired project. The actual draft air quality plan approval was actually dated August (2020). No specific date, just a question mark. I should have known. I dug in and could find very little information. There were some permits, like the air quality permit, that was issued to MWEC, but it's listed on the state's database as belonging to the PMLP, leading me to questions and confusion over ownership and control. It was very hard to follow the path. The only references on MWEC and the participating MLP websites were buried in redacted executive session agendas and minutes. And while I understand that that complies with legal requirements, when you just see something listed 2015A with no explanation, how is anyone to know to even show up to a meeting? And in most of the MLPs, including Peabody, which only has minutes for 1 meeting from the past 5 years, it's impossible to go back and find out what is happening. I'm profoundly disappointed by MWEC's lack of public engagement and transparency on this matter, particularly at a time that they were negotiating and celebrating their inclusion in the recent groundbreaking climate bill. I spoke with many people in the legislations that was aware of this project at the time, that were not aware of this project at the time that it was being negotiated. There was lots of talk of all the good things that the municipal utilities are doing, and they are doing amazing things. But this was not on anybody's radar screen. So I know they're doing many good things, but not revealing this project is a setback for the environment, and quite frankly, it's a setback for community trust. Finally, I know that there will be a lot of talk about costs. Our commissioner from Wakefield mentioned the cost that Wakefield is likely to be in for. This is not an inconsequential issue, and we should have a full accounting of these costs. MLP does not have shareholders, but you do have ratepayers, and the ratepayers have a right to know what the business plan was for this project and what the costs are for this project. MWEC's put a tremendous amount of risk on the backs of municipal utilities and their ratepayers, which they could have avoided by looking for other capacity alternatives or by contracting through a long-term power agreement. For comparison, the recently canceled Springfield biomass project resulted in very little loss to the municipalities because they, the municipal utilities, had not funded its development like we are doing with this project. Before making any decisions, I expect MWEC to publicly share its full costs incurred to date and clearly outline any cost recovery mechanisms, including contractual off-ramps, resale of commissioned equipment, or the possibility of monetizing the project's position in the forward capacity market. I think it's important to look at what the economic alternatives are as well as the technology alternatives. I don't know what the solution is. I do know that there is a need for capacity, but I also know that there's very many more options available today than there were when this project was first proposed, including the Salem Harbor is an option, and that the Texas and California grids are very different than New England's. My concern is that the public, from neighbors to ratepayers, have been largely unaware of this project, and that until today they've been denied the opportunity to engage. I consider myself to be an engaged citizen, knowledgeable about the energy industry and its complex regulations, and the fact that I have been unable to piece together the story and the background on this project demonstrates that MWEC needs to take more time and diligence to engage the public. I call on elected officials from the governor's office to the elected light commissioners to understand the full risks, economic, environmental, and health impacts of this facility and work together to either modify it, postpone it, or halt it. And certainly if you're looking at green hydrogen, that's a good option, but I don't see how we build this and say, trust us, green hydrogen is coming. I think we definitely need to postpone it if that's going to be the real option. I do have many questions. I know people came from far away, so I will let them talk, and if there's time at the end, I can ask some of my more specific questions about permitting and ownership. Thank you very much.
Adrian Allen.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Adrian Allen, and I am a member of the Belmont Board of Health, but I'm here today in my own capacity as a physician who has worked on the North Shore for the past 10 years. I'm the Medical Director of Quality, Safety, and Sustainability at North Shore Physicians Group, otherwise known as Mass General Brigham-Salem, the outpatient arm. For the first 6 years of my career, I worked at the Mass General North Clinic, right across from where the proposed plant is going, and now I work at our Lynn Medical Village on Linfield Street. I take care of patients throughout Essex County. Where to begin? For the past few years on the North Shore, we've been remarkably concerned about the health of our patients, in particular the COPD admission rates and the coronary admission rates. I've also been very concerned about climate change. We all are. We could feel the heat the past few days. It's only getting worse. Began to explore, become engaged about how climate change affects the health of our patients, and in no uncertain terms, the burning of any fossil fuels kills patients. It kills patients and it shortens their lives. So we heard a lot today about decarbonization by 2050, and great, but I have patients that are dying today and that are sick today because of air quality and air pollution. You can go on to the American Lung Association and look to see what our air quality is, and I encourage you to do so and put in the zip code where you live. Essex County gets a D for ozone, and that's actually an improvement because a year prior it was an F. We heard a lot about that the peaker plant is only going to burn on a few days, right? So maybe the health impacts won't be so bad. There's actually a few studies from our area that show the short-term exposure to particulate matter. In particular, the type of particulate matter that comes from these type of power plants increases premature death, particularly for patients over 65 years old. There was a New England study in 2016 and a Boston area study in 2017. So we look at Essex County. We have 15,000 patients who have pediatric asthma in Essex County. We have 64,000 patients with COPD. We have 48,000 patients with coronary disease. Particulate matter has also been linked to increased rates of diabetes. So, you know, it's funny, we heard about risk and assurance and that most at risk of a power outage are elderly patients. Actually, I do risk for my living. I do risk and safety. And so I'm sitting here thinking, what is a risk to my patients? You know, for the first time this year, I am showing patients on their phone to check the air quality. They're saying, oh, I'm short of breath. Like they're coming to see, I'm short of breath these days. I can't walk. I'm like, you check the air quality, you know, on your iPhone. You can scroll down and check your air quality. And actually, I encourage you to do so right now. Go to the breezometer and take it to what your air quality was the past 30 days. It's 11 micrograms, right? So it's higher than what the WHO sets for good air quality. This is right now. When we have a hot day, when the peaker is going to run, hot air holds more particulate matter and ozone, further increasing our risks. We also just came out of a terrible year of COVID, right? This area, Salem Hospital, was hit very hard. Study after study links air quality, poor air quality, and high COVID morbidity. They're linked, right? And so hopefully we'll be out of this. Hopefully we'll be vaccinated. But having that poor substrate really impacts our patients. So I'm really here as a patient advocate and trying to understand, and some questions I would hope that we can answer is, why here, why now? Why is there a power plant right across from the Mass General North, where we have our cancer center and many of us get our care? Why is it within 2 miles of schools, healthcare facilities, and 7 environmental justice communities, right? Why is it in this neighborhood? We can control a lot about lifestyle, we can control a lot about diet, but we can't control our air. And we don't have time to wait. It's getting hotter and the air quality is getting worse. So I encourage you, and the last question I'd ask is, with the new DPU's regulations on looking at environmental justice communities, what are we going to do to monitor this? So I would ask what MMWEC is going to do to monitor the health impacts of this power plant and how it will affect the health of all of our communities. So thank you very much for your time today.
Are there any additional elected officials that are interested in speaking? Okay, moving on. And some of these names are hard to read, so I apologize in advance. I think it is Stuart Lazaro, and on deck is Mary Haight.
Good evening. Can you hear me? No. Okay, is that better? Good. My name is Stuart Lazaris, and I'm on the Peabody Conservation Commission. And I became involved in this within the last 4 weeks. This is just recently came up on my radar. I understand very well the need for more electricity. And I'll give you an example that I found illuminating, if you will. If you looked at a view of the Earth from 1920, you would see cities like Rome, London, New York lit up. If you look at it today, those cities have grown exponentially, and there's lights everywhere. And that just takes more and more energy. Yeah, we need a peaker plant. I have a question for you guys. How often do you run, or how often have you run, the current peaker plant in the last 5 years?
Trevor Powers, manager of PB Light Plant. The existing plants run now, as peaker units, run less than a few $100s a year.
And the proposal I heard tonight was that you're going to have 3 peaker plants running eventually? I thought we were decommissioning one of them.
Yes, we have 2 existing units now, and this would be a 3rd unit. Our 2 existing units would need to be their older units, and they do have a life expectancy. We have no immediate plans to retire those units, but we know sometime within the next probably 5 to 10 years, we'll be considering retiring.
So,
perhaps the oldest unit.
so we're currently using them, pumping out hydrocarbons like crazy.
I know that as peaking units, they run very infrequently.
But they're still they're less efficient than a new one coming on board.
That is a true statement.
And they're right near residents, hospitals. I mean, it's not in the best location to do that, and there's no plan to upgrade the equipment currently.
Which equipment?
The older ones.
Yes, the older ones now meet emission standards.
You guys have to go beyond what the government wants. We got to live here.
If I could follow up
Go ahead.
with a statement. So the likelihood of all 3 running at the same time would be rare. What would happen, because 2015A is a newer technology, in all likelihood, that would displace one of the other 2 units already on the site. And it's not a revenue issue, because you heard earlier in the presentation that when that unit is not running, it's still getting a capacity revenue stream. So because it's a newer technology, in all likelihood, it will displace that unit and probably save the environment probably 3,000 tons a year.
That's a lot, but it's like, if the wave, all right, let me go on another question. If we wind up having everybody in Peabody buy an electric car and we all plug in at night, can you guys sustain that load?
Chuck?
So that's a different question. That's the energy question that you heard Matthew Ide speak about earlier. And you heard about the whole electrification. Okay, electrification is all of our goals. It's to get our current homes off oil, off natural gas, and go to electrification. So that's the energy side of the coin. And with all the renewables that are coming online, it should account for that increased load.
With all what renewables? With the
offshore wind that's planned?
Solar or
Yeah, a combination. As you saw early on in the presentation, over the last 8 years, all of our energy projects have been renewables. So it's that type of activity that's going to account for the increased load from electrifying.
when those renewables create electricity, you're telling us you're storing it in batteries. That's all DC current. It's not AC.
No, the electrons get transmitted across the distribution lines.
Okay.
Through the substations. Now, I'm not an engineer by any stretch of the imagination, into the homes.
Okay, the last question I have, I guess, is, well, somebody mentioned NOx scrubbers if we use the natural gas mix with hydrogen. What's a NOx scrubber?
Ed, that was you?
There's a catalytic converter.
Right.
The exhaust stream, just like you have in your car. It's a catalytic converter that reduces NOx. Okay? And we said that as we increase the percentage of hydrogen blend, that hydrogen burns with a slightly hotter temperature than natural gas, meaning that the NOx could increase
if that's possible, NOx is nitrous oxide, isn't it? And it's dangerous. Yeah. So increasing it by, it's like. All right. I think in following Julie's comments, you guys need you need to come back to us and keep enlightening us. Because the questions are unbelievable in terms of what we're doing. I would like to see us wait 5 years and see what the technology gives us. I don't hear that these peaker plants are dying. They're not offline. And we don't have a requirement that's going to make us brown out in 5 years. Thank you.
Mary Haight, followed by Sean Hamilton.
Hello. I am a high school environmental science teacher. I recently resigned, and I've decided to kind of shift what I do. Oh, yeah. I teach high school environmental science and biology, and I'm here today because I think what's important for everybody here to do is I want to thank you guys, first of all, for taking all the time, and I know I spent a lot of time today looking at reports from other districts, from their light commissions. A lot of you have been to other cities and talked to other communities. I think the challenge can be for people to put the pieces together. So the environment has three parts that we think about when we think about environmental impacts. You've got the economic, and I have to say you guys did an amazing job with the economic descriptions. The financial importance of making sure that we keep our energy costs affordable, and the ability in using renewables isn't a perfect fix, because from what I read, the non-renewables produce more electricity at a lower cost still. And I think when we think about that, that's the economic part. I also heard people speak today about the social part of the power plant, the health impact to people, the stress to people have to say, how is this going to impact my life? That's the social piece. I'm somebody here to speak about the environmental piece. If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard that there is no need for an environmental impact study. Is that correct? That is correct. So this is being done without an environmental impact study. And I understand that the guidelines and the state said that that was okay. That's not okay with me. It's not. It's not okay. And it's not okay to not tell people what's going on. I understand the importance of the financial piece, and you have educated me so much in that aspect. I also did research, and I looked at the other towns and communities that are in this group of, I think it's 14 or 15. There's 5 of them in central Massachusetts. They're not going to have an environmental impact. They're not. There are 2 that are in, the far western part of the state. They're not going to have an environmental impact, and that's okay. Those are great things. We are going to have an environmental impact. I'm from Danvers. I grew up in Lynn. I have asthma. We all know the environmental pieces, but we've got to think about putting those things together and doing it in a respectful way. And I'm here to talk about the environmental impacts, the plants, the animals, the creatures that live in the ocean. Like, it's not just people. It's other stuff as well. And I would like to see an environmental impact study done or something, because we're not going to know. And there was a question that I can answer for Danvers. This facility is going to have a gas turbine, an oil tank with 20,000 gallons, a smokestack, and an ammonia storage container. So for me, I'd like to see the pieces put together more. And I know the money part is important, and what's important for you to know is that for us, it's not just money. It's also the place we live, the place our children are going to live, the place we enjoy time, you know. Thank you.
So real quick, to answer two of your points there, in meeting with the city officials in Peabody, the project participants have agreed to eliminate one of the 200,000 gallon oil tanks. And we've also switched from ammonia to urea. So those two items have been taken off the table. No, these are brand new negotiations that we've had, so you're hearing it first today.
Okay, good evening. My name is Sean Hamilton. I'm one of those Central Mass towns you talked about earlier, Sterling. You might know a little bit about us. We've done a lot of work with the batteries over the years. One of the first of utility scale batteries that put New England, the first solar with batteries in Massachusetts. Thank you for recognizing that, because what I'm going to follow it up with, you're not going to like. Even with all of those things, we are still not even halfway near our capacity requirement for 2023. It's a combined effort. It's the bridge we've talked about. These guys have done a great job presenting information tonight. They're all public people. They're mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, grandfathers. We're all trying to build a great, clean society for our children, for our families, and that's what these guys do. We're public power. We're in your communities. We live in your communities. We see you every day at the Dunkin' Donuts or post office. We're not a corporation that's across the ocean or some other area that you can't reach out and talk to anytime. We're not the enemy. I guess that's what we want. I, as a public official, 42 years, recently retired 2 weeks ago, as a matter of fact. I came here tonight because I read the articles about the Sterling batteries. I wanted to make sure that the information wasn't misconstrued, that how successful we're being avoiding our capacity requirement, because we're not. We're only halfway there. With all those things, 4.5 megawatts of solar, 5.9 megawatts of batteries, 2 nuclear contracts, 4 hydro contracts, 3 wind contracts. You'd think, well, they're all set. We're not even halfway there. So this is just a bridge. It's part of the solution to the problem, not the answer, just part of the solution to the problem. I think eventually we'll get there, but these are public power officials who, they're worried about you, concerned about their own towns and all of us. So we just got to do this together. That's all. Okay, thank you.
Diane Jones, followed by Missy Hollenbach.
Thank you very much. Sure. May I take this off? Thank you very much. Okay, can you hear me now? Great. Okay, so I'm from Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury will not experience any of the respiratory problems or serious health problems that people in this area will, but we are investing almost 12% of this peaker plant. That's what we committed to, almost 12% of it, which makes us the second investor, I believe, following Peabody, which is, pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so Shrewsbury, where I'm from, it has invested, I believe, almost 12% of the investments in this peaker plant, and that puts us behind Peabody. We're number 2 in the investors, but we won't have the same serious health problems that this area will have. And I want to say, as a resident of Shrewsbury, actually, a lot of us don't like that. We don't want to get our electricity, even though we need it, we don't want to get it at someone else's expense. And I understand that the process of getting to net zero is extremely complicated. We don't know how to do it yet. That's because we've never done it. This is really complex. So I get that. But I have a question about the green hydrogen. When you use green hydrogen, or hydrogen, any kind of hydrogen, the result is NOx emissions. Okay. Now, NOx is composed of nitric oxide, NO, and a smaller amount of nitrogen dioxide, NO2. The nitric oxide is an air pollutant, and the nitrogen dioxide is a very powerful greenhouse gas. This is, it's 300 times more powerful than CO2. And it's building up in the atmosphere. So my question is, with all the health damage to humans, with the respiratory diseases, acid rain, particulate matter, smog, poor air quality, is green hydrogen actually a step forward?
You're absolutely right. NOx is 300 times more effective or affective as a greenhouse gas than CO2. But when we say NOx, we're talking 2.5 ppm max. So when you take a look at if you looked at some of the slides, you saw CO2 equivalent, which was the CO2 plus the NOx concentration times 298. Okay, that is included. The NOx factor is included in all the CO2, that little E you see after that. That's for equivalent, including the NOx. And I'm going to say that at 2.5 ppm, the impact of NOx on greenhouse gas, even though it's 298 times more impactive than CO2, is negligible. It's noise, believe me. I'm just giving you a perspective. Even though NOx is a terrible thing, it's very, very small. That's why we have to put a catalytic converter on our unit, because the state requires our NOx levels to be so low coming out the stack. This is, if you take a look at our air permit, you'll see that the maximum amount of NOx that we can emit when burning natural gas is 2.5 parts per million. That's the maximum. Okay, I'm just giving you the proper perspective of how much NOx is produced. From a state's perspective, a tiny bit of NOx is a lot. That's why we have to control it. So with the catalytic converter.
I think one other item I'd like to respond to was, I think what's being lost here, and Sean Hamilton echoed it, we have the same concerns as you. And when we put this new unit in, we've said before, it's the latest and greatest technology. It's actually going to displace those units. You heard Paul Hibbard talk about that. It's going to displace ones that emit higher. So in the short term, it's actually, we're all getting to that same goal by cleaning up the environment. If we did not build this plant, we would still have to obtain the capacity. Again, it's not energy, it's capacity. We would still have to obtain that capacity from somewhere. You saw the chart that was up earlier, the pie chart, where capacity was the biggest expense. We can't just say, okay, we're not going to have capacity. We would have to get that from somewhere. And if we didn't have this asset to supply that capacity, we would have to, by default, purchase it off the grid. And we all know that the grid is made up at least 50% of fossil fuels. That's where our revenue stream would go. I forget what the number was, Matt, but I'm going to guess it was $76 million. That $76 million would go to an existing fossil fuel energy plant, and you would be providing them a revenue stream to keep that plant in business. Our goal is to start removing those revenue streams so that plant can no longer afford to stay in operation. So that's something that's maybe we weren't clear enough in our description, but that's what 2015A is trying to accomplish. We're diverting that revenue stream from the fossil fuel burning energy plant, which also supplies capacity. Matthew Ide showed you what we did with the Wyman plant. We sold our interest in that was supplying us both energy and capacity. We had to replace that capacity with 2015A. We certainly don't want to buy it off the market because that revenue stream will continue to benefit those fossil fuel burning energy plants.
Missy Hallenbach, followed by Roy Harvey.
Hi, my name is Missy Hallenbach. I am from Shrewsbury, where our MLP we call SALCO. And just in May, we declared a climate and an ecological emergency in Shrewsbury. This is not something we do at our town meeting very often. We are a very conservative town and a very conservative part of the state. So for us to pass with an overwhelming support, that was a really big move on the town of our town meeting people. And it was a presentation done by our teenagers from the town and our college students who are very concerned about their future. So one of the things is Ms. Jones mentioned earlier is that, we're in the middle of the state. But we also do go to the beach. We do come here to Peabody. We enjoy the areas. So we do have a, thank you. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want feedback. And so, we really do are engaged in those environmental issues. But there's a couple of things, we're talking a lot about money and cost. And I don't know about all the other MLP rate people, but our rates are half of what National Grid and Eversource are. So, when we're talking about this money and this cost, for me, it's really hard to see how much is my bill going to go up, how much, how much is it really going to cost. I know the reason that one of the costs are low is because, we don't have stockholders and we don't have all that fun stuff. But one of the other things that MLPs enjoy is that they get a lot of exemptions that the commercial electric companies don't have. And so they can kind of get out of things that are required by Eversource and National Grid. And one of the questions I have is the Clean Peak Energy Standard, which was passed in 2020. Currently, MLPs are exempt from this. So if any, a lot is changing environmentally, politically, about moving more toward greener and fairer situations. If MLPs no longer get these special benefits of being exempted, would this project meet the requirements of the Clean Peak Energy Standard for 2020?
This particular project would not. Right now, the Clean Peak Standard does not apply to MLPs, and it's a two-way street. First of all, the MLP does not have a requirement to purchase the certificates that a Clean Peak generating asset puts into the market. At the same time, if there was a battery that was in a municipal territory, that battery would not be eligible for the Clean Peak revenue. So right now, the current regulations exempt the MLPs from the Clean Peak, both the requirement to procure the certificates and then also the opportunity to provide those certificates into the market. As it relates to your second question, would the Clean Peak have any impact on this unit? The answer is essentially no, because the Municipal Light Department is required to purchase capacity. So they're going to have to go out and buy the capacity. This is a capacity supply resource which would help the municipal balance its capacity requirements like we were saying before.
Roy Harvey, followed by Mariel Bejani.
Thank you. Really appreciate the information from all the presenters and the time you're taking tonight, and also providing the handouts to take notes on. My name is Roy Harvey. I'm from Lincoln, and it's a little far away, but I do live in the same greenhouse as everybody else in the room here. And a little closer to here, I actually worked for several years across the Waters River in Danvers at the Sylvania plant, focusing on making the lights that you guys keep on more energy efficient. So I appreciate all that effort. So I'd like to ask three simple questions. Hopefully they can be simple answers. The first, I think this will be for Matt. On page 17, there's a forecast of the FCA clearing prices. I just wonder, where did that forecast come from? Because it goes out 25 years.
We subscribe to a variety of services that follow the markets. So that particular forecast is an S&P Standard & Poor's forecast that we use. It gets forecast once a year, primarily in the month of November, in anticipation of the FCA auction. So that's where those dots are coming from.
Terrific. Thanks, then. And then as far as the 239 hours a year of operation, could you break that down, summer peak versus winter? And do you need to have 7 hours to run in the summertime, just to shift the peak from the middle of the day to the evening?
Yeah, the majority of the time that plant would run, we believe, would be in the wintertime because of the constraints onto the system caused by cold weather. The 7 hours is kind of, we think it's important. What we did is we looked at peaking plants in the NEMA zone that were in operation, and we looked to see their duration of when they were dispatched by ISO. And we came up with that 7 hours because we just looked at essentially at all the plant dispatch times. And we found that the vast majority of the times that the plants were dispatched, it was in that 7-hour increment. There were very few times where the plants were dispatched in less time, in other words, for a couple hours. And that was very important when we were looking to see how we could try to get a utility scale battery that provided 55 megawatts of capacity on that site. And that was the concern, is looking at the way ISO's been dispatching peaker plants in NEMA. For the most part, it was not uncommon to see that they were going to be dispatched for at least 7 hours on those rare times when they did in fact get a dispatch.
And those 7 hours are in the winter only, or summer and winter?
Though they're primarily in the wintertime because that's where we see the majority of the dispatches, but there have been times during extended heat waves where they did run, at that time. But I would say, to give you the perspective, this plant will probably address reliability needs in the winter, and there will be times when that plant's going to be asked to turn on. It's going to be asked to be turned on for, like a 7-hour increment or more.
Great. And lastly, will the plant need any cooling water to operate, and where would it come from if you do?
I'm going to defer to my engineering colleagues.
Thanks so much.
Just one quick comment on your slide 17, that we believe that this forecast is very accurate. If you look in the year 2046, you see that big spike in cost. That's because they're predicting that one of the nuclear units shuts down, and there's going to be a need for capacity then.
Mariel Bejani, followed by Logan Malik.
Hello, my name is Mireille Bajani. I'm a community organizer with Community Action Works, and I've been supporting Breathe Clean North Shore, a community group here in Peabody that is concerned about this project. Community Action Works is a regional nonprofit that supports frontline communities fighting pollution. You mentioned in your project that you are working on environmental justice plans with MWEC communities. Environmental justice, a key part of it is that frontline communities have a seat at the table, a voice in the conversation, and input in the decision making. Having this meeting tonight here in Peabody does not erase all the times this process has failed to meaningfully include those who will be most impacted by it. There was no proactive community outreach for 6 years. Proactive outreach goes beyond just a general posting that refers to the project as 2015A, a term that means nothing to most people. There were closed sessions. An open meeting doesn't matter if you go into executive sessions to discuss most of the details. No minutes from PMLP meetings, as Julie pointed out. No communication directly with Breathe Clean North Shore community members, despite their repeated emails to MWEC officials. a refusal to have a meeting with members of Breathe Clean North Shore who drove out to MWEC headquarters to deliver a petition and ask for a conversation. Instead of responding to that email, MWEC repeatedly feeds information to the media instead of community members. And there are also a number of barriers for this meeting. An announcement less than 2 weeks ahead of time for folks to prepare and be able to attend. Very few details about the format and how folks would be able to sign up and speak. No virtual participation option for folks who couldn't be here in person. No information about COVID precautions until it was asked, and the information was given yesterday, again to the media rather than a response directly to the community members who asked for it. And making folks in the general public wait over 2 hours to ask their questions. Instead of you doing outreach to make sure every person in Peabody knew this was happening, and even an elected official in Danvers didn't know until yesterday, that hole was filled by the community members of Breathe Clean North Shore. The people in this room wearing a blue shirt, and many who aren't, heard about this through outreach to the community from the community. Instead of you asking what accommodations were needed to ensure maximum accessibility to the community, Breathe Clean North Shore picked up the slack. That's how I know that one person here needed a specific type of chair given physical disabilities. That's how I know that there are folks who wanted to come but couldn't because of childcare responsibilities or COVID concerns or because they weren't feeling well. Because there is no way for them to participate from home, their voices have been silenced in this process. You said you were pausing the project in part to engage the community. In your press release, you said, over the course of the next 30 days, MWEC will meet with and seek input from stakeholders, including regulators, other Commonwealth officials, the participating communities, and the larger community to consider alternatives and assess their feasibility. How do you plan to move forward in a way that allows for deep engagement from folks who couldn't be here tonight, people from other MLP communities that are part of this project, and the frontline communities who need to be a part of the decision-making process? Do you have an answer to that question? The question is, how do you plan to move forward in a way that continues to engage communities, including the other MLP communities?
We've certainly heard that concern, and I apologize already for Danvers. We're going to go back, reconvene, and develop a plan to engage the communities.
Okay, I expect to actually see a plan then, because we still haven't had an answer to that question. Thank you.
Logan Malik, followed by Carolyn Britt.
My assumption is it won't just be Danvers. You have border communities of Salem, Beverly, Peabody, other than Danvers. I just happened to hear about it and came, so it's impactful to the area, not just the one or two towns.
My name is Logan Malik, and I'm the Clean Energy Director at the Massachusetts Climate Action Network. MCAN is an organization that is focused on empowering local community members in transitioning to clean energy and a just energy future. We heard about this we heard about this project a few months ago, and we have been working with members of to empower members of Peabody as well as the other 13 participating communities in ensuring that their voices are heard in this process and that transparency is observed. And I do just want to follow up, as far as a plan is concerned, what we would like to see and what other community members that we speak to on a daily basis would like to see is a meeting like this in every single one of the participating communities. In addition to that, there should be further engagement in the community that will be most affected, which is Peabody. And along those lines, I do want to raise some concerns that MCAN does not feel has been fully emphasized in this process, and that's mainly along the lines of health. And just briefly, you had mentioned that this is an efficient plant relative to others. That still does, and that's comparative to carbon dioxide emissions, but that still does not account for the other pollutants that will cause serious harm to community members. And this is a community that is already burdened with several other polluting facilities and plants nearby. And I just want to read out a few statistics. So in the community of Peabody, there are already 2 natural gas peaker generators, 3 locations of toxic release, 15 air pollution sources, and 85 sources of hazardous waste. Before another polluting facility moves forward, there needs to be an assessment of the cumulative impact that this will have on community members in Peabody. I do also just want to ask a few questions related to alternatives. The first one is, you mentioned that you had been looking into clean alternatives such as battery technologies. We greatly appreciate your investigation into these alternatives, and we would like to see the information and the data that you actually generated from the discussions and the conversations that you had with the battery installers. So far, what we have received from MCAN and various other, from MWEC and various other MLPs is outdated data about the cost of battery resources. And we believe that this is a viable alternative. We believe it provides several benefits from a reliability standpoint, from a clean energy standpoint, and further investigation needs to be done. But we want to actually see the background, the work that you have put into this. We want to understand that data. And we believe that there is still a viable alternative which involves battery storage. And I will just say, so that's the first question. Will you actually present that information to us? The final question, and just general comment is, we are very concerned, one, about the promise of hydrogen as a fuel mixer, and 2, about the guarantee that this will actually end up coming online. As far as a fuel mixer, we've been doing some research, and we've seen that currently there are no fire departments in the state of Massachusetts that are capable of handling a hydrogen fire. So it's clear that the infrastructure is not there. Similarly, currently less than 1% of hydrogen generation is green, and there is no green hydrogen currently being generated in Massachusetts that we know of. And so, as far as when does this actually come online, it doesn't seem like it's going to come online anytime in the near future. And as far as cost is concerned, again, we're talking about costs which will, which far exceed some of the estimations that we've seen around battery technology. So first off, do you plan to release the data and the information around clean alternatives such as battery storage? And the second one is, how are you addressing the safety concerns around hydrogen, and can you guarantee that it will actually be generated in a green way?
Matt, with regards to the 5 batteries? Regarding the 5 batteries, we have gotten proposals from the battery storage suppliers and developers. All are under non-disclosure agreements because they're competitive in nature. It's kind of the problem that we have in developing the projects. So that would be, those documentation would be difficult. I think we certainly could have a discussion on the things that we've done internally as far as our modeling and things like that are not proprietary. But unfortunately, the actual specific cost proposals, are covered under the NDNAs.
If you have your information that you've mentioned, we'll be happy to sit with you and look through that as well, discuss that with you. That is something that we would very much so be open to doing.
And just to reiterate the batteries, the challenge for us is it's not a simple substitution, because there is a role for batteries. And we believe it's very important that we participate in the development of battery technology, because it really is more of a resource that's going to help the energy facilities like offshore wind and solar in that daily balancing, which we're going to need more and more of as the entire grid goes in that direction. The question and the frustration that we have is we have some specific things that are relative to the capacity market that this location and the size of the output that we're going to require for that location to satisfy our needs in the capacity market. And that's where the disconnect is. So it's not that we're trying to poo-poo the battery technology. The problem is the solution we need for the capacity market coming out of this particular site, the battery doesn't fit. But we're more than happy to engage in what we can engage with you.
Yeah, as I said, we look very forward to that conversation, and we do, we have been doing some, soliciting our own experts, and we feel very confident that there are some real benefits, both economical and environmental, with respect to this particular project. So we look forward to that. And I do just quickly with respect to the hydrogen and the safety.
So the hydrogen end of it, we're still in the research and development stage. We're still in the research and development stage of that. It's, as you all know, it's brand new technology. We've just engaged Mitsubishi in the storage and the transportation of that and how it's going to blend into this unit. We could tell you that Mitsubishi is working on their equipment to have a hydrogen blend, but those things are still in the development stage. And once we get that information and gets more refined, we'll be happy to share it with the community.
All right. Thank you.
Carolyn Britt, followed by Lois Roblets.
Good evening. I am a resident of Ipswich, also a municipal light plant community. I serve as the chair of the planning board there and also co-chair of the Climate Resiliency Committee. So I keep busy in my retirement. These things are important. And one of the things I did on Friday morning was I attended online what is called the New England Restructuring Roundtable. If any of you are familiar with it, it's an excellent resource. This particular issue, and for years they've always addressed energy issues. If this particular issue was on the role of utility regulation in decarbonizing New England. Very interesting, and Matthew Nelson, who is the head of the DPU in Massachusetts, was one of the speakers. He did not mention clean peaking. He mentioned as a thing that we needed to look to in the future. He mentioned advanced metering infrastructure to move towards decarbonization. And he spoke of the balance of raising rates to accomplish reducing demand versus changing behavior, along with the advanced metering infrastructure. He's looking at something that hasn't even been brought up tonight, which is the whole question of how do you get people to change their behavior so that the peak is not the peak that we're now experiencing, or that would be different. So I guess at some point the question is, have you considered that? I know it's challenging. I know I'm not asking it now. I know it's challenging, but
Can I answer?
Not yet.
Okay.
Don't break my momentum.
You gave me an easy one.
So let's see. So I guess I'll just go directly to the question. I was reading the New York Times this morning, and what came up was, we talk about the frog in the pot of water, and is the frog going to know, as the water gets hotter and hotter, when to jump out? And the person writing this article said, we're the frog in the damn water, and we don't know when to jump out. And I think that what we're looking at here, and I just really want to push the point, we're really in a desperate situation, and I think every time energy issues come up, when we just decide we need to make a decision on how we want to get our energy or electricity, electrification is a buzzword. It's where we need to go. We need to always look at the opportunity to not use fossil fuels. Because every time we allow ourselves, oh yeah, well, just a little here or just a little there, we are turning up the temperature on that pot of water. And we have to say no. And I think there are a lot of people here, I'm one of them, I know a lot of people here, who I feel like we live in a different plane because we know that the water's boiling. A lot of people don't. Sitting on the planning board, it is heartbreaking to see the architects, the developers, they come before us every week completely oblivious to the importance of electrification, the importance of being responsible, of doing a good job for their low-income tenants so they're not paying for fossil fuels. So I guess I should probably stop here in a minute. Yeah, I mean, I think that the bottom line is we just have to stop. We have to stop turning up the heat. And you guys, I know you've gotten yourselves in a situation. You started a project 6 years ago. I don't know why it lagged for 6 years, but it did. You got a number of municipal light plant communities with large investments. What do? How do you get out of it? I don't know how you get out of it. It's a big problem. I wouldn't want to be living in Wakefield. But it's, it's the kind of thing where you've got to figure out how to stop. So, thank you. And if you want to answer my question, go ahead.
So you brought out some really good points, what is generally called demand management programs, where we're actually changing the behavior of the consumer to move how they use electricity away from peak periods of time. The municipal light departments are actually already doing that. We're now into the second year of a program called Connected Homes, where many of our municipal light departments already have that capability, where people can take their thermostats and subscribe to this program, where we can shift the actual usage of electricity for people who are using air conditioners and for space heating, so we can eliminate or reduce the amount of electricity they're consuming during the peak hour. So that's a program that's already been in existence, and it's also part of our demand-side management programs. But it is a point that, from our perspective, it is going to take a combination of many things to get us to where we need to go. And it's not just about a specific peaking plan, although this is important, but it's that we have that in conjunction with what we're doing on the energy portfolio and what we're doing on some of these other programs like demand-side management. But it's the whole combination of things from our perspective that we've got to take to kind of get us to where we want to go.
Matt, can you just talk about the electric vehicle battery program that was very similar as well?
And along the same lines, to encourage electricity use to basically fuel transportation, many of our municipal light departments are engaged in our electric vehicle charging program, where they are actually making the capital investment to give the customer a fast charging EV charger that can be put into their garage. In order to get that charger for free, they are committing to allow us electronically to go in and dispatch that EV charger during the non-peak hours. So the example would be, if somebody comes home from work...
I don't need an example. I have one in my garage.
So that's another program that's actually been in existence for a couple of years. So, we are looking at all these approaches because the solution is going to be many things. It's not just a particular plan or a particular this or that. It's got to be the collective combination of all these things. And demand-side management and the ability to have the higher technology meters to facilitate these programs are all part of the mix.
Thank you. I think the bottom line is institutionally, MWEC has to be putting its primary, I shouldn't even say primary, its exclusive effort into non-combustion options. And as long as you allow yourself the out of fossil fuels, you will take it. And the only way not to take it is to not allow it to yourself. Thank you.
Lois Robles, followed by Sudi Smoller.
My name is Lois Robley. I'm just a Peabody resident, not a member of anything. I have some low power questions, excuse the pun. But as I understand what I was heard tonight, this plant is going to be a capacity plant and just sit there 8,500 hours of the year, and then for 200 and some hours turn on, and then it's going to become an energy plant, correct? It will be generating electricity and sending it somewhere. My question's about the energy aspect of it. What are the plans? How is it going to get delivered to the grid? Are you going to have to put in new transmission lines? How are you going to go all the way from Peabody, 88 miles as the crow flies, to South Hadley? I mean, the first thing when I read about this plan, which was about 6 weeks ago, I looked at the Google map and saw where all these towns were. And Peabody's obviously the easternmost part of the circle. So my question then was, why Peabody? Well, you sort of have answered that tonight in terms of resources and infrastructure. If there's already a natural gas pipeline in, that makes sense. But how about us folks in Peabody? Will we get any extra benefit from having that plant here, emitting whatever is going to emit, having traffic or whatever? Will we get any reduced rates or maybe even free rates for the capacity part of our electric bill? Will there be new transmission lines? Will you have to install new lines across the whole area to get this power, this peak power, out to the various municipal plants? And it will do it with long distance transmission lines. Would you expect to have any voltage drops along the way that would then have to be accommodated by upgrading or whatever the terminology is? That's my questions.
Based on the distribution, I think I'll have Ed Kaczynski answer that question on Chuck Afanos.
I can just say that there's absolutely going to be no upgrade to the transmission system. The system, a system impact study has been performed by National Grid, and they have determined that the transmission system that is adjacent to the site can handle the new unit. So there's none whatsoever. In terms of transmitting power to a remote area, that's not the way the system works.
Okay.
Okay, the system works as you have a grid.
Right.
You have
I understand that.
around the grid, you have generators that energize the
Okay.
grid.
Okay.
It's really the capacity of those. I can be over here. As long as the capacity is supplying the grid, that's what ISO manages all that. Okay, so it's not, you're thinking of the electrons. The electrons from that plant don't necessarily go to the western part of the state. Okay?
Oh, I get it. I get that. Yes, I get that. But I wondered if you needed to put any new lines in out of this plant. Okay.
A very comprehensive study was done, and it's not necessary.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much.
Sudi Smoller, followed by Ron Smoller.
Well, the crowd has dwindled, but I'm very thankful you're all here tonight, and I'm glad for all the blue shirts. And I'm glad that we're all here together finally, getting to meet each other eye to eye in today's world. My name is Susan Smaller. I've lived in Peabody for 40 years. And it wasn't just the appalling lack of transparency about this project that prompted me to be here. It is that the plan is 6 years old. A lot has happened since 2015. And surely there are other ways and new ways available today to meet our backup energy needs. Just tonight, I learned about green hydrogen being talked about for this plant. That was not part of the plan in 2015. Many of the things that I'm learning about were not part of the plan in 2015. My question is, if a CHIA, a comprehensive health impact assessment, has been conducted, given the concern regarding the effects of natural gas on public health, the Peabody Board of Health requested in 2018 that prior to the permitting of new gas infrastructure, a CHIA would be performed. We need a CHIA, particularly here in Peabody, since we already suffer rates of air pollution-related illnesses that are higher than other areas in the state, higher than all the other areas in the state. It wasn't just Peabody's Board of Health that made the request to Governor Baker. It was more than 100 boards of health across the state, and they represent more than half the population of the state. Adding more pollution will only serve to deepen health inequities. So has a CHIA been conducted? Is one planned? My second question is, why should Peabody take all the negative environmental and health risks so you can jettison other capacity resources? If you look at your page 19 tonight, you have all the places that now have hydro and solar. You got rid of the one that was providing oil capacity. We're the only one on the list. The only oil and gas plant on the list. We don't want it. We want you to find a way to provide our backup energy for those times that we need it, even if it means we just keep doing what we do now, which is when we need peak, we buy it. Until we can come up with a clean alternative, we should not invest in fossil fuels in any form. I applaud your decision to take a pause and to take a second pause, and I ask that you continue that delay so more environmentally friendly options can be explored. I hope tonight is the start of a continuing conversation, an absolutely needed conversation that reevaluates this project with our eyes in 2021 on a utility of the future, not of the past. So have you conducted a CHIA?
No, we have not.
Do you plan to?
We had not planned to do so.
Why not? I mean, it's being recommended by hundreds of boards of health. Peabody has these high health issues. How can you plan to do something to add a third peaker when we have these problems and you're not even assessing them?
We did not do a CHIA, but the assessment we made was that this unit. We did not do a CHIA, but the assessment we made was that it would be displacing more higher emitting peaking plants.
For other places, not here.
No.
For other places.
No, incorrect. Very simply, the two units that exist on the site now, they would be displaced in all likelihood. Can't be certain because it's ISO who does the thing. They would be displaced because this unit is newer and cleaner technology.
You showed us that graph with the red line and all the plants.
Yes.
And the highest ones. They're not anywhere near Peabody. The ones that are scoring 254 on the vulnerability complex, they're not there. Why can't we just take a pause, like you are, and I've already congratulated you for that, but it's not long enough. We have to find a different solution than what you came up with 6 years ago. And I know you're working on other solutions, but I don't want anything going forward until we know what those solutions are and when they're going to come on board. So my other question was, why should we take all the negative environmental and health burdens that MWEC is creating and not other communities? Why are we the only one? Because we have the infrastructure? It's like when my kids were in the gifted program, you know. Good, you're doing great in school, now do more. We're doing our part. We don't want to do more than what we're doing. We're paying 30% of the fee. We're giving you the land because I can't figure out who owns it in this time. But we don't know what you're paying for it. We don't know if it's a lease. How come we don't know these things? I don't trust you. I want to, but I don't trust you.
Well, hopefully in the coming weeks you'll learn to trust us because
Well, I
again,
hope so.
again, our goals are aligned with yours. We've showed you the facts that over the last 10 years we have entered into nothing but renewable energy projects.
Except this.
Well,
This is not a renewable project.
and it's not an energy project as well. Our theory is that it will be displacing dirtier power plants.
Those plants that are elsewhere that are dirtier, yes. We won't be buying energy from them during peak times because they're going to get rid of it. We're going to get rid of them because we're going to be the ones who are dealing with this plant. We're going to provide the capacity that lets you get those other ones off the board. I don't want to do that.
Again, there are 2 units already on site that in all likelihood
53 years old.
And they're still operating, they're still providing revenue for the light department. In all likelihood, this 2015A project will displace those, thereby not running and cleaning up the sky over
Again,
Peabody.
I don't trust you because I've heard rumors that you're going to get rid of one of these plants. No plans have been put forward to do that. We're hearing tonight there are 2 plants and not one of them has a plan put in place to get rid of. So as far as I'm concerned, we're looking at 3 peaker plants. That's more than what our fair share should be.
But again, the runtime with those 3 will be decreased.
But you'll be paying for 30 years for an oil and gas peaker plant, maybe a hydrogen plant, to provide 5 hours or 6 hours of what you're saying is capacity.
No, the ISO will give revenue to those capacity plants for not running. When it runs is not when it gets its revenue. It actually gets revenue in the capacity market. There's a capacity market revenue stream that goes to these type of units, regardless whether it runs or not. We don't get any. We get very little energy revenue stream from capacity plants.
Well, I think that in today's 2020 environment, we can look for other ways to provide capacity, and that I'm glad to hear that you want to talk with MCAN and some of the experts about what those possible plans could be. And I am interested in hearing what you looked into during this pause. So we can all start on some equal playing ground as to what the solution is here. I don't want to take up any more time. I appreciate everyone being here tonight, and I do truly look forward to getting to know this whole process much better. Thank you.
Ron Smoller, followed by Kathy Michael.
Good evening. My name is Ron Smaller. I've been a resident of Peabody since 1985. Aside from the transparency issues that have been surrounding this project, which has frankly cloaked it in skepticism, and that's one of the reasons why... Oh, sorry. Okay, you have to be very close. So, starting again. My name is Ron Smaller, and I've been a PBD resident since 1985. I just have to mention, I don't want to be too repetitive, but the transparency issues regarding this project have cloaked it in the skepticism that you're seeing tonight. And my primary question is a possibility of a more distributed alternative as opposed to having a single plant doing 55 megawatts, of which Peabody is going to be 30%, which is 15 megawatts. So apparently all Peabody really needs is 15 megawatts, and someone else is doing 12%. And everyone's getting this small piece. I think the future is going to be more of a distributed grid than a single plant. As you drive down the highway and you see all the windmills and you see all of the solar arrays that are along the highways, you can see it happening already. So this project seems to me that it was gone into back in 2015, and it may have been a very good plan in 2015, but you've kept your blinders on from 2015 to today, and you're trying to rationalize it based on the fact that you started it in 2015. And it's turned into, and I'm kind of just going completely off of what I wrote, but it's turned into different information from different people. You keep saying, Mr. Accurcio, over and over, that we're going to be turning off our 2 existing peaker plants. The person here from PMLP said that maybe in 5 or 10 years we'll consider that. What's that about? So are we going to turn them off, or we're not going to turn them off? And if you're going to turn them off, you don't just turn them off. I know how this it goes, like a process like this. You got to put a permit in, you got to get approvals. It'll take a long time. So we're just not getting straight answers and straight information. It's different from whoever says it. And I don't believe it, because you don't know what to believe. I've been doing, since we first found out about this, and there was, at the time we first found out about it, probably, I don't know, 4 months ago, there was almost no information available. A lot of information has come out because of the cry for information. People have been putting things up. But nothing up until tonight has been talked about with hydrogen. This is brand new information. And I don't believe that you can just throw that out there and it happens. The storage, the transportation, everything I researched on hydrogen was that hydrogen is not necessarily good. Now, we hear about this green hydrogen tonight. Up until that, I only heard about hydrogen that it's a smokescreen to try to get the gas and fossil fuel industry to keep building fossil fuel plants, because they're trying to basically con you that they're going to burn something that's clean in it. And there very well may be green hydrogen. I don't know. Like I said, first I heard about it was tonight. So I don't know. But there's certainly nothing that's ever been submitted to any Massachusetts agency that mentions hydrogen or the storage or the transportation or anything.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Joe Kowalik, I'm the general manager in Marblehead, and we've had our public meeting, and we put together a website, and we've put a lot of the source documents on the website. One of the source documents is the DEP approval permit that has been applied for and received. It's a 59-page document. I would tell you it's a great first read to get a sense of what the project has gone through so far. To answer that question on hydrogen, what I would say is we have been looking at options very carefully, and we found a pathway in the Massachusetts 2050 decarbonization plan where they specifically talk about hydrogen as an option for natural gas plants. And I would tell you, I think we should all sort of look at ourselves as living in the same area. We all live in the same state, maybe in different counties. We are all trying to solve this together. If you read that decarbonization plan, you will realize it's a bold plan
with many T's not crossed and I's not dotted. That's a fact. And green hydrogen is one of those areas where we say this could be an opportunity for us once again in combination with other projects and other initiatives to help us do what we all want to do, which is continue to drive the emissions rate down. That is the objective function that we're all looking for. And if green hydrogen is one, if it works out, we'll be pursuing that direction. And MWEC will show the leadership in that direction, as they have in doing wind farm 10 years ago. When it was built, it was the largest wind farm in Massachusetts. Didn't have to do it. It was expensive, but they did it. Why? Because people at the local level thought it was the right thing to do and moving in the right direction. So I'm just sitting here listening to the discussion. It's my second one of these in the last 5 days. And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, that we are, in fact, we're all on the same team here. As much as some of you don't feel that tonight, we fundamentally are. There's only one planet. There's only one Massachusetts. We're trying to all solve the same problem together.
Yep, I agree with that. And I don't believe that this plant and this fossil fuel direction is the way we should be going. I think it's time to change direction. It's already coming out. We're going to be forced to change direction. Building a brand new fossil fuel plant today is not changing direction. It's going in the wrong direction. I would like to see you take some of that $85 million or $170 million. I still haven't figured out how 85 and 85 doesn't equal 170. But regardless, I'd like to see some of that money go to PMLP, and maybe we can put something solar in Peabody. I go to Home Depot, I go to Costco. They got these solar people trying to get us to put solar panels on our roof. As soon as I tell them I live in Peabody, can't help you. Peabody's done nothing. I just found out that in 2013, Peabody put $25,000, which is probably one or two installations, in some kind of a solar program. But I get a light bill every month. And by the way, I do applaud PMLP for what they've done. They are fantastic. When something goes out, they're there. I'm not saying they're a bad organization, but I think they have these blinders on. You're living in the past. We need to go to the future. And it's not this is not it. That's it. Thank you.
Kathy Michael, followed by Daniel Saulnier.
Hi, I'm Kathy Marie Michael. I live in Marblehead since 1981. Thank you for your well-organized and understandable presentation. I now understand what capacity is versus energy. And I want to follow up on a thread that somebody else began with on conservation. Being a person who always wants to find the most cost-effective way to deal with challenges, I don't understand why conservation is not highly, highly pursued in this program of yours. For example, we have smart meters in Marblehead. They were installed quite a while ago, but we're not using them. Quite a while ago, many years ago, we had non-peaking, no-peaking signs everywhere and had quite an education effort to not use energy during peaking hours. That ended. There should be a huge effort, educational effort, to stop people from using energy at peaking, especially people who are home all the time and can change their behavior. And then if we were to do something like 4 and 40, which is 4 cents for non-peak hours and 40 cents for peak hours, I know that's expensive for some people, so let's have some subsidies. Let's help the people, the low-income people who can't afford that 40 cents of peaking hours, who work all day, have to come home and then use their washing machines at that point in time. But there are so many of us that are home that can use energy at other parts of the day and spread it out. I'd also like to see incentives for people in their own private homes, for putting on solar panels, for insulating their homes, for whatever they can do to lower energy costs. And that's basically what I have to say. So.
If you go to the Marblehead website, you will see a number of programs listed under the Home Efficiency Loss Program. So some of those programs we described about purchasing energy efficient appliances and getting a discount, those are available today and they have been for years. So as far as making announcements, are you on Code Red?
Yeah.
So would you mind us sending you out peaking notices on Code Red?
I think it would be great.
Well, that's good because that's what we're doing this summer.
Okay, good.
Daniel Saulnier, followed by Theo Rosen.
Hello, my name is Daniel Saulnier, and I live in Peabody, and I have worked in a Peabody school as a technology specialist and as a teacher for the past 9 years. Sorry, my name is Daniel Saulnier, and I've worked at a school in Peabody for the past 9 years, and that school is within half a mile of the proposed site. So obviously I'm very concerned about the health and safety of this area for the surrounding community and for that school. I'm concerned also about meeting the energy needs in terms of capacity for those residents who need heat during the winter. They need air conditioning during the summer, and we're expecting that this facility is going to meet those needs, even in a possible future where climate change and its effects are far worse, and we could be looking at more days where we'll be needing that extra capacity for our air conditioners and for our heating systems. And so I'm looking at the data here, and it's saying along the terms of 10 days worth of use of this plant, that's going to be sufficient. Is that a guarantee? Do we know that that's the amount of time that we need to use this plant? Are we 50% sure or 90% sure that that's the time frame? How do we know this is not going to be more days? And going back to a lot of the health concerns prior to this, I feel like we need this health statement immediately in order to judge whether this is a project we are going to support or not. We need to know the effect on the community. And this report here, and what we've heard tonight, this is not enough. We need a comprehensive environmental report and health report in order to make these decisions for ourselves. So as a teacher, I'm used to students handing me assignment and trying to shove their work under the table and not showing me the work they did to get to their answers. And that's what I feel like is going on here. We're past the due date. I need to see your homework.
Theo Rosen, followed by Judith Van Ham.
Hi, my name is Theo Rosen. I'm here with Community Action Works. I don't want to take too much time, but I want to talk a little bit more about the failure on MWEC's part to meaningfully engage with the community here. Well, I'm appreciative of your decision to hold this meeting. I think in many ways it was a failed opportunity. I was really disappointed when you opened the meeting by saying, we don't expect you to understand all this, but just listen to us, and then proceeded to talk at us for 2 hours about how this plan is going to go before you allowed anyone to ask any questions or voice any concerns. It's a Tuesday night. People got up and left while you were talking because they didn't have the time to stay. I think in addition to that, I think meaningful community engagement means more than hosting a meeting where you talk at us for 2 hours, answer questions to the point that people feel like they've been heard, and move on, and opposition sort of dissipates. That feels like maybe that's what you're hoping for here, is that you'll answer questions to the point that people feel appeased enough that they'll stop opposing the project, or that you won't be facing the same kind of opposition that you are now. And I really think you need to rethink that, because the people of this community have been very clear and very vocal at this meeting. They don't want this plant. At the very least, they want an environmental impact report. They want a health report. So in addition to hearing how you're going to further engage the community, I want to know more than that. I want to know how you're going to continue to actively solicit the input of the people who will be most affected by this plant. I want to hear how you're going to truly listen to that input and how you're going to adjust your plans accordingly. That's the most important part. How you're not just going to host these meetings and listen to people talk, but how you're going to take that advice, take it to heart, and adjust your plans so that they most adequately work for the people who will be affected by this. Thank you.
Judith Van Ham, followed by Cindy Keegan.
I'm Judith Van Ham. I'm from the town of Hull. I'd like to thank you for all the work that MWEC has done to get power from renewable sources, and not from fossil fuels. I don't want to see this go through using fossil fuels, period. And it has nothing to do with the air pollution. For us in Hull, it has to do with what's happening to the climate. I helped lead the process by which both the selectmen and our town meeting unanimously approved coming up with a plan for 100% clean energy in Hull for everything by 2030. Our state rep, Joan Moschino, was the person who led the roadmap bill in the state legislature that says that the state gets to 100% clean energy eventually. What is being proposed here for a peaker plant is something that will last 30 years. The decision to go in that direction was made 6 years ago, before these two organizations, the state and our town of Hull, voted to get to 100% clean energy. It doesn't apply anymore. You need to come up with a different way of doing it. I know you've made some legal commitments, so you can get together as a group and legally commit to get out of it. And I'd like to ask you to do that. When you move forward and start thinking more about what the alternatives are, I'd like you to be aware that Hull is having a tidal generator put in Hull Gut to test. Hull Gut is the water between the tip of the Hull Peninsula and Pedex Island, which is also part of Hull. And that generator, if it works, could provide our electricity. And there are other places in the state where there are opportunities to come up with locally produced clean energy. In addition, I'd like to think for all of the light plants, it came up with a recent speaker up here, that instead of thinking of the people who have houses or businesses in the towns as your customers, think of them as your partners. All of those roofs are chances to, all of them if they're pointed in the right direction, are chances to create solar energy. All of them are chances for you to have a battery storage in that building. In our town, our light plant has, up until recently, looked at local solar as a competitor to them. We created that light plant 100 years ago to provide electricity for us. We want it to be part of making electricity, and the people in the town ought to be considered as partners and not just as customers. And I appreciate the chance to talk to you. Thank you.
Cindy Keegan, followed by Pat Gazemba.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate that you're finally having this conversation tonight. My name's Cindy Keegan. I'm from Beverly. But in years previous, I also lived in Salem. And I can tell you that in 2014, Salem Alliance for the Environment, which I co-chair with Pat, swallowed a very hard pill, similar to what you were all being asked to swallow now. We did so for many of the same reasons. In fact, I would say nearly all of them. It was a fast start plant. It was load to firm power for renewables. It was capacity restraints. It was to replace dirtier plants on the grid. That's why the new Salem gas power plant is there. We thought that plant would serve this purpose for the region, and we took it on the chin. in a community that had people that were well-versed in ensuring that that would be a watchdogged and it would be run clean and efficiently to avoid a shuttered 65-acre waterfront contaminated site without any tax revenue. It is so hard to hear that now we and you all are being asked to accept a fait accompli to build another fossil fuel plant next door. To cover 8% capacity is what I heard of MWEC, and one with oil besides. Now, I am thrilled if, in fact, you have decided within the last day or two to not change your existing 110,000-gallon oil tank to a 200,000-gallon oil tank on our shores. If that's the case, thank you very, very much. But risking shores for a possible runtime of 239 hours a year just seems ridiculous to me. The climate crisis means we need to stop our addiction and not do it because of just money. We need to stop our addiction to oil. My 15-year-old organized his school to sign a petition against this plant. Our kids deserve better. We can't continue to do this. I have several technical questions because I believe that the statement that this process has been public and transparent is disingenuous. I do applaud Marblehead Light and MWEC for finally putting some of the information up on the web. But we'll tell you that Peabody Municipal Light and the City of Peabody are doing this project a significant disservice, which raises considerable suspicions. This meeting tonight wasn't even on either of their websites.
Yes, it was.
No, it was not. I looked at 5 o'clock tonight. It was nowhere apparent. I can tell you from my workplace experience in Peabody that demand response planning and real efficiency reductions are woefully behind the rest of the state. I serve as an environmental engineer with a large company in this city, and I shudder every time I go to a conference with my compatriots because I literally have to look down, don't look at me for the amount of power I use. So while some of the communities within MWEC perhaps are doing some of these great projects, I don't think some of them have been doing it long. So I think saying oh, look at us, we're doing great, I think you need to be realistic about what you're doing, where, and for how long you've been doing it, and how far behind you are of everyone else. I'm really surprised not to see a graph showing the capacity gap expected in our zone, when and how that is not filled by Salem Harbor, and how much this plant is expected to fill. I want to know if it's possible to purchase capacity from the Salem power plant, or exactly what you are doing regarding peak reductions and efficiency programs, because that plant is new, it is a peak plant, and it is a fast starter. I want to know what size this power plant is going to be, because in some documents, like tonight, you've said it's 55 megawatts, on others it's 60, and your air permit is 67 megawatts. You've said that it'll only operate for 239 hours a year, but your air permit allows for 1,250 hours per year, 5 times higher than what you're telling us. I want to know who's going to be operating this plant day to day, and what permits would have been different, what the thresholds would have been differently, if this plant had been considered as an add-on to the existing 2 generating stations versus what feels like a bit of a shell game in ownership to make this a separate plant which got you lower thresholds, with what I guess was going to be a shared oil tank. Is Peabody's operation trending up or down? Where can that data be found? As in, are you operating more hours or less hours with your existing generator stations? And why was it not included in your list of power sources on your list of project emissions? So MWEC acted like those 2 generation stations aren't part of your program. And I want to know exactly how you think you're going to get hydrogen into this plant. Because if you think you're getting it from Salem, you're going to have a lot of resistance. And that's all.
Anybody want to answer anything?
I'll take my answers in an FAQ written on your website. Okay, thank you.
And we expect those answers to be on your website.
It's Pat Gazemba, followed by Mariela Guerrero.
I'm Pat Gazemba from Salem. I am with Cindy Keegan, the co-chair of Salem Alliance for the Environment. Cindy has recounted the way we were coerced in some ways into believing we needed to have the peaker plant, nearly a 700 megawatt peaker plant in Salem. We swallowed that bitter pill, and we regret it in many ways now, but it's there, and we want to know why in Peabody you will not even consider buying the power from that peaker plant, that 700 megawatt peaker plant that is in a sister environmental justice community, Salem. With Peabody, we share the ignominy of being an environmental justice community. And we are really outraged to be hearing once again from the people who are supporting this plant for Peabody the idea that it will be a cost-saving proposition, and you folks ran through the numbers and how great munis are in charging lower rates to everybody. That's wonderful. And yet there are other costs. There are the environmental costs, which we're not addressing here. There are the health costs. Peabody, Lynn, Salem, we have among the highest COVID rates in the state. And we have high COPD rates, high asthma rates. I was really happy to hear the doctor from Mass General Hospital who worked across the river at Mass General's facility in Danvers and now works in Lynn. She can speak eloquently to the breathing problems that we have in Essex County. And I just think it's criminal, once again, to have another environmental justice community bear the burden of this polluting power plant that you're proposing. And to hear you talk tonight about green hydrogen. The first part of the meeting, it was like, oh, green hydrogen, that's what we're going to do. We're going to mix, green hydrogen is going to be mixed with the natural gas. And then I hear later from the chair of the MWEC operation, the CEO, that, well, green hydrogen we're in the R&D phase of studying green hydrogen. So it was a solution in the first part of the meeting, and it's a research and development project in the second half of the meeting. I don't know what to believe from you folks. The utter lack of transparency about this project between 2015 and 2021 is really appalling. Really appalling. That today on the Facebook page for the Peabody Municipal Light Department, there was no information about streaming either on Facebook or through Peabody Access TV this meeting. I don't know what kind of operation I've walked into. I mean, it is like Cindy referred to the shell game going on with the ownership and the permits for this peaker plant, the third peaker plant, which will be in Peabody. And I'm thinking, well, what kind of game are you playing us for? You know, when are you going to let us know what you're really going to do? And I really urge you to go to the other communities that have invested in this peaker plant and hear out the people in the other communities. Because I believe that when more of us who are in environmental justice communities hear about this and hear about the games that you're playing with the public, that they are going to be as outraged as those of us in Salem feel right now.
Mariela Guerrera, followed by Alex Chambers.
I am Marcela Guerrero. I have lived in Peabody for 57 years now. I graduated with Tom. After one of the last couple reunions, I think back 15 years ago, I sent him information about hydrogen fuel cells. It's very hard for me to believe that nobody's making one at this point that can be used. And, you know, I mean, Mitsubishi in 10% mix now, 25 by 2022, 80% by 2030. It seems to me you need to look at this as the alternative, since you don't think it can be solar, you don't think it can be wind, you don't think it can be batteries, that this is the way to go. And as someone said, 6 years ago, this wasn't an option. But it feels like at this point we're on the cusp of having another option. And so I think you need to give it some more time and give the communities more time to talk to you about what they want before you commit to last century's technology. Thank you.
Alex Chambers, followed by Tristan Brown. Is there no Alex Chambers or Tristan Brown? Oh, okay. Go ahead. And that's followed by, I can't really read it, but I think it says Lenore Cohn.
How's everybody doing? Everybody awake? All right. A little bit, yeah. So my name's Tristan. I'm a Peabody ratepayer. I'm a homeowner here in Peabody. Do we have any other Peabody ratepayers still in the crowd? Right, yeah, we're still awake. No, well, first of all, I've lived in Peabody for about 5 years, and the first thing I want to start with is, where's George? The Peabody Municipal Light Plant is a gem. It is the lowest I've ever paid for electricity. My power has never gone out. It's great. That is fantastic. And I assume, of course I don't know, because we can't really know what the decision-making process was with this project, but I really do assume it's to keep my lights on and to keep my bill low. I believe that. I believe that you guys took that analytical pathway and you made the right decision to make sure my lights stay on and my bill stays low. But this is an environmental catastrophe we're talking about. We're not talking about, just another economic decision to be made. The status quo thinking of yesterday isn't going to get us the answers we need because it got us the problem we have to confront to begin with. Now, look, it's not fair and it's not right that we have to shoulder this burden, that we have to come up with really difficult solutions to really hard problems. It's not fair and it's not right, but we have to do it anyway. We don't have a choice. We are on the same team. I think you need to hear what we're trying to tell you, and you've missed a step. We can be your partners here, but you got to bring us in, and you got to build trust with us. So that's my statement. My one question I'm going to have out there is, you say you gave Peabody departments, you told 5 Peabody departments that this was going on. Could you tell us when, who, and is it possible that both the mayor and the city council didn't know about this? Because every time I talked to somebody about this, they went, what? No, not in Peabody. Every single one of them. So is it possible that the mayor and the city council just didn't know about this somehow?
Okay, we have 5 speakers left, just to give an update.
Do you think that the mayor and the city council were aware of this?
Yes. Lenore Cohn, followed by Kyle Davis. Lenore or Kyle? Anyone? There's Kyle.
Hi there, my name is Kyle. I'm from Danvers. So earlier, one of you, I don't remember who it was, mentioned that this project had to be gas-powered and that it had to emit 51,000 tons of carbon emissions into the atmosphere every single year, which will obviously, pollute our air, pollute our water, kill our trees, destroy our environment, because the DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, would not give you a loan if you were to use solar. They would only give you the loan if you were to do it that way. So I was wondering if you could clarify that, because it seems very strange to me that an environmental agency would want you to, pollute more, to put more carbon into the atmosphere rather than less, at a time when scientists say that we have only 8 years to radically bring down our carbon emissions before the most disastrous effects of the climate crisis occur. And kind of my follow-up to that is that, if that is the case, if that is true, now that you are on a pause, if the DEP were to, issue the same type of loan to you for this project to use solar power, would you then use solar power for this project?
So I'm a little confused about the DEP loan. We petitioned the DEP. I'm a little confused. I think you said the DEP?
Yes.
So I'm not sure what you mean by that. We petitioned the Department of Public Utilities to allow MWEC to issue bonds. We basically issue bonds in the investment communities. Mutual funds buy those bonds. And regardless of what, we're going to be issuing bonds, if you will, for the 2028 project that we have. So that's a solar project. So I'm a little uncertain of
now I'm a little confused, because it was 4 hours ago at this point, but I did write it down. Someone said the Massachusetts DEP. I wasn't sure what that was. That's why I looked it up, and I know that that's what was said.
So the DEP issued us a permit for 51,000 tons. That's what the permit allows. As we said, this project is going to run approximately 239 hours during the course of the year, which is equivalent to 7,500 tons of carbon
Okay, so
emissions.
there was no issue about loans, whether they wouldn't give you the loan if you were to use solar power?
No.
Okay, so then I'm confused what that was about. All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Jerry Halberstadt, followed by Mary Yusevich.
Good evening. Name is Jerry Halberstadt. I live in Peabody. I guess I'm an investor. Anybody that lives in Peabody owns a piece of Peabody Municipal Light Plant, and they do a great job. But I'm very, very disappointed by the presentation tonight. I feel like you've been doing a number on us. You've decided to do this plan, and you're ignoring all the possibilities for doing something else. Now, let me ask you, when you've considered other solutions, and I've only heard of one, has the long-term costs of each solution been fairly evaluated using industry-standard methods like net present value or levelized cost analysis? Or if you just decided that you don't like batteries because they cost a lot to install, have you looked at the long-term running costs, the maintenance? Because there are studies that show that battery peakers are more reliable, cost less than gas peakers. And it's only going to get more in that direction. So you've got so many other options that you've neglected to talk about. Fuel cells, you could distribute the capacity requirements over a number of communities. There's no reason for it to all be in one place. It's like you're married to this plot of land in Peabody. I was hoping to conclude tonight, after mentioning some of the other possibilities. I won't bore you with them because I figured them out by looking on the internet. They're out there. You just are ignoring them. If we work on shared goals, we can unite clean energy advocates, ratepayers, and the municipal light plants that are responsible for providing power. We must work together to overcome barriers. Let's turn over some rocks and find a better outcome. And by turning rocks over, when I happened to write business plans, we knew that the person getting them would hand it off to his experts, the lawyers and the accountants, the regulation experts, and they would look for reasons to turn down the investment. You haven't given me a good reason to take this investment. It's a bad risk. Thank you.
And yes, so is that, do you want to answer that gentleman's questions, or go ahead?
So we did the pro formas that translate into an income statement and then a cash flow model, and then we do the net present value calculations to bring it to today's dollars. The battery storage on this location compared to 2015A models out that the battery storage is actually just about twice as expensive over the long run. And then when you do the net present value calculation, you essentially get the same result. The primary driver of why that is the case is that 2015A in its configuration is eligible to get forward reserve market revenues where the battery is not. And the forward reserve market revenues are a significant revenue stream that 2015A receives as a capacity reserve resource. In other words, the market rules are designed so that the 2015A project, when it bids into the market every day, is by design, has to have a higher bid by design to basically pull it into reserve so it doesn't get economically dispatched. In order to agree to that kind of constraint, the ISO New England market has an ancillary revenue market called the forward reserve market. And that's this additional payment that the project gets even if it doesn't run. And that is a big factor in driving the net cost of 2015A down versus the battery. The battery can't be eligible for the forward reserve market because it's designed to cycle almost every day. So I agree with you that when you look at the battery as a technology, it is cheaper if you're looking at it on almost a per megawatt basis. But now we get into kind of, from my perspective, kind of the real world of we have this problem in NEMA that we're trying to solve with the capacity resource being located in NEMA. And then some of the ancillary revenues that this particular project has access to that a battery technology doesn't have access to. And the net result of that, from an economic point of view, brings it into that mode.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for that explanation. My thought about that is, let's change the regulations. They're ridiculous. I mean, they're going to destroy our world. Yeah. It's not just you at MWEC and MLP and me and everybody else here adapting their behavior. It's about the regulators. And I don't know who they answer to, but we've got a couple of legislators in the hall, and maybe they'll consider taking some action. Because, we've got a transmission problem, infrastructure. There could be some money available. Mm-hmm. Let's fix it. Mm-hmm. Let's solve the problems and not continue to make errors because of some foolish old regulation. We could work together. This is what I mean. I'll go up to the State House or over to, out to ISO New England with a bunch of people, and we'll talk to them about changing the regulations to make it better for you and better for the climate better for health, and better for us personally. So thank you. And I love to see those pro formas. And I think many other people, that's important. If we can show that it's a good technical solution, and it may be imperfect, obviously, but let's see how good it is. And if it's a question of the regulations, let's change the damn things. Thank you.
Good evening, and I always hate to be the last speaker, the last person to ask questions, so it's a long night. I just wanted to, my name is Mary Yusevich, I'm an energy consultant, and I came tonight because I'm working with UMass Lowell on a hydrogen study, so I had heard you're going to talk about hydrogen, and I welcome you to come to our conference in November. We're doing the paper to discuss the future of hydrogen. I have to tell you, working on this page with the Associated Industries of Massachusetts, it is a technology, it is a futuristic technology, so I do appreciate you at least exploring it. The reason I wanted to come speak to you tonight is someone on your stage said you wanted to get trust with the people here in the audience. So I'm going to give you that opportunity to be totally frank, and because I know a lot about the forward capacity market, I know about the recent FERC order where the need pool amendments were not supported on putting renewables in forward capacity market. So I really want you to be honest about NEMA. NEMA was an issue when you guys did go for your forward capacity market, and I know you got hurt when Salem went offline. And I know that that became a focus for you, and I understand all that. But I think you have to talk about, in today, when Salem came on with 674 megawatts and the upgrade in the transmission, NEMA is not an issue. But you do have a financial position where you did get a forward capacity payment, and you're right, you do get paid whether you run or not. And I think that is, you have touched on it, but I think you should be totally honest with this group and say, this is all about finance. This is a financial transaction, which is good for our ratepayers. And stop focusing on the NEMA thing, because I think it erodes your trust. Because anybody who knows the energy capacity market knows that you're not trying to solve the NEMA problem. That got solved by Salem. So you're not talking about the lights going out.
The only thing I can say to that is I would agree that the transmission constraint with Salem coming online is maybe not as great as it was in the past.
Correct.
However, just as recently as the last forward capacity auction, we had zonal price separation in NEMA, meaning that the price of capacity in NEMA is higher than the price of capacity in other capacity zones.
Correct.
And that is a result of a tightness of supply and demand exacerbated by the transmission situation in NEMA that caused that price separation. So that's the market telling us that there still is a problem in NEMA, because if it wasn't, we wouldn't have had price separation.
But you also have to look at the ISO recent planning, transmission planning study and the future grid. A lot of that issue, especially with Mystic, they're doing a lot of the upgrades on the transmission of Mystic. That's why Mystic really was counting on that they were going to be a must run for another 4 years. So I just think to build trust, just say, we're not really, it's a financial, the transmission thing with future grid and all is being addressed at ISO. And a lot of it got addressed. It was scary when Salem went offline, but now that Salem's online and the upgrade. So I think you need to really talk to the group here and say, to Peabody residents, yes, it's an environmental issue. For your other municipalities, it's a way of a financial transaction to keep rates low. And I think if you're totally honest with the audience and say that, then, I think that that's where you build trust. When you don't do that, that's where you don't build trust.
Well, I think we were, in this presentation tonight, I think that's how we started it out. We talked about the capacity costs, and we talked about the risk management strategies, and essentially why the municipal light departments are obligated to buy capacity. So we have to find a way to get capacity to them, and then we also want to do it at a stable, long-term, reasonable cost. So I think we were very direct in that approach. Second, we do see some environmental benefits that are very consistent with the Commonwealth's roadmap to 2050.
Oh, and you could do it through a PPA with some renewables, like other MLPs have already done, and I know that they could.
We have a combination of PPAs, which are power
Right.
purchase agreements. What that means is that there's a developer that actually owns the asset. We have a contract with that asset owner to take the
Right.
entitlement, which in most cases is power. We also own directly assets as well. Berkshire Wind Farm is another example of that. So
And I
it's a
understand that.
combination of those things.
And that just has a higher risk. So you missed your in-service date of June. So ISO has the ability to say that this is not a viable project. They do have that right, since you missed your in-service date.
We have, according to the market rules, we had an in-service date in June. There are market rules that we took, that we utilized to essentially provide the capacity that we're obligated to supply through alternative mechanisms, which they call reconfiguration auctions.
Right.
We have that option to do that for another year.
Correct.
Pursuant to market rules. At the end of that second year, so by June of 2023, we would have to be online to fulfill our capacity supply
Exactly.
obligations.
And what happens if you don't?
If we don't, at that point in time, ISO has the ability to essentially take us out of
Correct.
the market.
Out of that market. So when an earlier speaker spoke from Wakefield, she talked about transparency and that will you ever disclose how much investment to date has been made on the project, and so that people understand fully what has been spent and what is still obligated to be spent, because there is that risk. If you don't get your in-service date, you are running the risk that everything's lost, all the money you spent to date. And I don't think that's been said until I brought that to your attention tonight, has it?
I don't know what's been said previously, but we've been giving all that information to our municipal light department
Well,
participants.
let me ask the audience, did you guys know that if by June of next year they're not in service, then all the money you've spent to date? So tonight, again, with full disclosure and trying to build trust, how much have all the 14 munis spent to date on this project? Will you be able to give us that number? There's no proprietary technology here. There's no competitive. You already got your forward capacity market payment. It's 426, I think you got in 2015. So there's nothing here that's causing you to have to not disclose that. That should be public at this point.
Sure, and we've disclosed that in the past.
So how much money have you spent today?
To date, we have about $9 million of sunk cost. We talked about the cancellation clause in the contract, and that amounts to about $21 million for a total of approximately $30 million.
So you have $30 million out of an $85 million project.
Correct.
So next year, if you're not in service in 2023, right, or 2022, did you say? I'm sorry. 2023. If you're not in service, how much money is potentially going to lose? Because how much more are you going to spend?
The 2023 deadline would not trigger any type of loss, if you will.
Well, you have sunk-in costs. You have $9 million that you wouldn't be able to recoup.
Yeah, so not hitting that 2023 date would not necessarily mean that the project was canceled, and we'd have to pay that cancellation clause.
Well, ISO could say, I disagree, that's not what this gentleman just said, that ISO could say it's not a viable project and they take it out of the capacity market.
I think.
Go ahead, Matt.
Right now, we have the numbers that Ron just quoted as sunk.
Correct.
That is at risk. If we decide not to move forward, if we encounter more difficulties, and it's looking very clear that we're not going to make that 2023, deadline, that money is going to be at risk.
Correct.
If the decision is made and we get the DPU approval to go forward, there's still enough time to essentially meet that June 2023 deadline for the CSO obligation. So from my perspective, what's at risk is that the $9 million plus the
21 million cancellation. So we're talking 30 million.
Yeah.
Okay, I just think it's important that people know the whole story. so that they can, you said you want to build trust. I do think out of your presentation, I would remove the NEMA part. It really has been resolved. And if you look at all the reports of Future Grid and ISO, I don't think that that's a very strong case.
In all respect, I just looked at what happened in the last FCA. And we had zonal separation, which is exactly what happens when you have these problems. So if we didn't have zonal separation, I understand the planning process through NEPOL. It is just that there are plans to fix this, but the market in its most recent test of the availability of capacity in this region had zonal separation.
But we saw in your own graphs the dip of the forward capacity market. I'm just saying is, I think there's we can agree to disagree, but it is, but it's not NEMA, and with Mystic's upgrades, I don't think you're going to have as that big of an issue. It's a financial issue, and that's how I think you should describe it to everybody here. It's a financial, what you're working on. And I think that builds trust when you say that to people. This is a financial, guys. This is a financial obligation. That's what you're working on. And that's your job. You're an MLP. That's what you work on, to try to keep the rates low. And I commend you for that, because you've done a better job than the IOUs. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes our program tonight.
Just as we're wrapping up, I'm wondering, there are a number of questions that weren't answered tonight. Do you have a plan to follow up with folks? I know you have everyone's email addresses from signing in. Are you going to be following up in writing? Okay.
I do want to say thank everybody for being here. We're going to close the session and close the Board of Directors meeting. Thank you very much.